national team takes on Australia in 2 hours at Lumen Field, a.k.a. Seattle Stadium. For today, we'll give you updates during the show. Later tonight, the Mariners open up a series at T-Mobile against the Boston Red Sox. It's Piggy Back Part 2, though with the same two starters, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo sharing duties against Boston lefty Ranger Suarez. First pitch at 7:10 p.m., pregame show at 6 p.m. on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
A historic sports day in Seattle. The U.S. men's national team hosting Australia at noon today at Seattle Stadium. And Curtis, in for Michael Bumpus.
Hey.
You are decked out and ready for today's match.
I'm so excited for this. And I'm not even a huge soccer fan. I actually went out and purchased a Team USA jersey, a kit, as it were.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I think the design's pretty sweet.
Bro, it's really cool.
It is. It's got the red and white stripes, and it looks like the flag is waving and everything. I wanted to commemorate like the World Cup being here in the United States and also here in Seattle, especially. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna splurge on myself. But I'm super excited. Like international competition, for whatever reason, kind of like ratchets up the intensity for a lot of us sports fans. We felt that way during the Olympics watching hockey, also the Four Nations tournament last year. Olympic basketball does the same thing, the World Baseball Classic. And, like, the World Cup is something that, like, in my youth I wasn't really into, but, like, then when I started playing, like, FIFA on Xbox Live and PlayStation and whatnot, then it was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And then now you see the crowds. We see the pictures of all the crowds that are gathered in Soto today. I'm super excited for the world getting to see what Seattle is like and what Seattle can bring. And just like how beautiful today is going to be. The weather is perfect. You couldn't ask for a better day. And I'm so excited for what is going to come this afternoon. And I mean, the whole game is basically going to happen during our show.
Yeah, and we'll be able to give you guys updates, obviously. And then we'll also get you ready for the Mariners, who are also playing today, by the way, later. I'm sure there's some carryover with quite a few fans. They're hosting the Red Sox, and we will be talking about that. But it's just, you're right. There's the Seattle part of it, and then there's obviously the soccer crossover. Seattle, just an amazing, amazing city in terms of just what you're looking at, how beautiful it is, but also just the sports culture here is phenomenal, and that's especially so for soccer. It's always been a great city for that. One of the strongest supporters of MLS, obviously, with the Sounders' success with the Reign, but just with international play. And to have the U.S. team here in Seattle for a big game against Australia. The Australian fans have also been amazing.
They've been fun, yeah.
They were having fun at the Mariners game
Beer Snake yesterday up in left field. Yeah. I think to have a Team USA match in the World Cup, I think was one of the highest honors that could be bestowed upon any of these host cities. I think outside of like getting the final match, the championship match, which is going to be at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, I think outside of that, every single United States market that has a stadium in this was like, okay, can we at least get one Team USA match? And so you saw it at SoFi last Friday, and now it's here in Seattle. I think that is a huge testament to the sports culture that has developed here in Seattle. And it stinks because we're always talking about how Seattle's overlooked. We've had so many conversations in the Seahawks post-Super Bowl months where it's like, oh, I mean, we're still getting disrespected as champions. We're still getting disrespected as a sports town. And I do think, too, part of that disrespect comes from, like, the Sonics departure almost 20 years ago now. And that obviously still stings, but we have advanced so much in that time. I think we kind of use that as like a propeller to be like, no, this will never happen again. Like, let's show everybody how great this town can be when there is a huge event like this. And I'm super excited to see the absolute scenes, as they like to say. Absolute scenes, as they like to say, coming from Seattle Stadium today, Lumen Field.
You know what? And I'm also not tired of, while I would love just more respect for the teams here, for the city all the time, I also never get tired of people being pleasantly surprised. Yeah. It is pretty cool to hear, and you'll hear it on the Fox broadcast, on a lot of broadcasts when they're here, of just like, oh my God, this is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Ocho Cinco in town tweeting about it. Jameis Winston yesterday threw out the first pitch. And
that, I think, has also been a fun little thing here in Seattle specifically, is watching the social media of people who are not from the United States discover Seattle for the first time. A lot of them say, like, yeah, this has never really been like a destination city for me. Like, I've never really considered visiting Seattle when it comes to touring the United States. But a lot of them are like, I'm so glad I'm here. I'm so glad I've been able to make it out here, because this is a city that is slept on kind of globally. But keep sleeping on it. All right.
Yeah. Except for today.
It rains here all the time. Yeah. No. But wake up. It's going to be a really cool day.
It's going to be a cool day. Let's talk about the match. Here's ESPN soccer analyst Taylor Twellman.
They're going to make the game very, very disjointed. They're going to have numbers behind the ball, and so you've got to have some ingenuity off the ball. I thought Pulisic was unplayable in the first 45 minutes, and he didn't even need the ball to be the best player on the field in those moments. But Tyler Adams, Weston McKennie, if it's Tillman again, if it's Pepe and Balogun, we don't know how they're going to approach this if Pulisic doesn't play. They've just got to be, I know this is going to sound like an oxymoron, they've got to be very, very patient but chaotic.
It does sound like an oxymoron, but I get what he's saying, and I will say that the U.S. started out surprising a lot of folks with that 4-1 performance against Paraguay. Building on that momentum is going to be massive. Here's the thing, though, Curtis, and I'm not pretending to be a soccer expert, but Australia also did impress a lot of people, too. Both teams being pleasant surprises.
Yeah, and I think, obviously, Team USA's, that's the matchup that we have been focused on over the last week, and just the reaction to the dominating effort that we saw against Paraguay. That has been, I think, one of the most standout performances, at least here in the States. It's been the most standout performance, because obviously Team USA is going to get the most coverage here. I do kind of worry about the absence potentially of Christian Pulisic, who is the best player on Team USA. He's the captain. He is the guy. What will that mean, today? Who knows? I'm not going to pretend here to, that I can diagram soccer plays and all that. But, Australia beat Turkey 2-0 in their opener of the World Cup. So, these are definitely the two best teams in the group. I would not be surprised to see these two teams advance into the knockout round, especially. But I think today will probably give us a really good picture as to what the ceiling of this American team can be, and I'm really excited for what is in store later on this afternoon. What does it kick off at noon? So we're just under 2 hours away from that. But I think Team USA, it's really cool to have this in the middle of summer, because these are always like the slow months on the sports calendar. You do have baseball to get to, and we will obviously talk a lot of Mariners today, especially coming off.
In a few minutes, we'll talk about it.
Right, especially coming off such a great win yesterday. Brian Wu was awesome, and really, shouldering the load yesterday and helping the Mariners beat the Orioles. But these kinds of events don't happen very often. I mean, it's been 32 years since the World Cup was in the United States. I was a young toddler. You weren't even born yet.
Not even. Certainly not born yet.
Yeah, like at least another decade, right?
Totally.
So I think that too is kind of adding to all this, where it's like, man, this doesn't happen a lot. And the last time the World Cup was in the United States, they didn't even care about Seattle. So I'm really, really, really anticipating this one.
If you guys are out there listening to us from the streets in Soto, around Pioneer Square, wherever, send us some photos. Text us and let us know how the crowd is, how everything's looking right now. Obviously, Curtis and I back in studio, but let us know what the scene's like. Give us some insight here. We'd love to be able to see it.
Some good news, though. It does look like Pulisic will be available today.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, I have one more bit that I want to talk about. This is from Chris Richards about using the momentum that they've gained against Paraguay heading into Australia.
Australia is definitely a different opponent. They're very good defensively, and so we have to find a solution to that. But ultimately, we set a really high bar, a really high standard for ourselves. and the world's finally being able to see that. We've had those same standards for the last few years, but it just felt like it just started to click. So for us, obviously we want to put in another good performance like we did the other night. And again, if we can just keep setting the bar higher and higher and higher, we're going to have a long summer.
He's right, and a great point, too, about hey, we might have had that standard for ourselves, but it clicking. He said the past few years working out. But I think that this is one of those things where people kind of go, oh, well, if the U.S. got to the quarterfinals, it would be absolutely amazing. But I don't know that can be your baseline expectation, at least for certainly a casual fan that doesn't quite know what to expect. They're not one of the big power players you're talking about heading in here. It's not Spain.
Well, and I think that's another way. I think that's another way that Team USA can kind of capture the sports fans' imagination is if they do go on a run, because yes, they are not a global power in soccer at all. They are kind of a mid-level program looking at the national rankings and whatnot. So if this Team USA team can actually get to the knockout round and even advance, which they haven't done since 2002, I think that could go a long way in a lot of people kind of latching on to what this team can possibly be. Now, am I going to be following the Premier League? Am I going to be following, MLS super passionately after the World Cup? Who's to say? But in this moment, it's the most important tournament going on in global sports. In my life, yes. It's kind of like the Olympics. It's kind of like, those just global tournaments where
you drop everything.
Yeah, you drop.
You're this is all I care about.
We have had it on in the background of every show that we have done for the last couple of weeks, and it's really cool. It's kind of I wouldn't say it's like NCAA tournament in that way, but it's just cool to have these games on in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
it
breaks up the monotony.
It does. It's summertime. It's a fun vibe.
You know how fun? Speaking of a fun vibe, imagine U.S. men's team winning, advancing, and then they go out and play the Mariners. Sorry, not the U.S. team. That fans get to go and watch the Mariners.
Yeah,
the vibes are going to be immaculate. First pitch is at 7:10.
If you
got a bit of a doubleheader here. If you're going to
have
both.
Tickets to both, text in as well, because that's going to be an impressive doubleheader. That's going to be all day, truly all day. I took the train into work today, Stacey, because I didn't know what the traffic situation was going to be like. Because we those of us coming from the south end have to drive past the Soto area, coming into work where we are on East Lake. And I was like, I think I'm going to take public transit today because I don't know what the traffic situation is going to be like. And there were a lot of people already when I was riding into work at 7 a.m. decked out in Team USA gear. And it was really cool to see. But I think this Team USA moment is really cool for them. But I think it's even cooler for what Seattle. I mean, look, you got Marshawn Lynch out there. He's doing some pregame coverage as well. Seattle gets to be center stage, and Seattle sports got to be center stage, and I think they deserve it. We deserve it, I should say. I will say, though, somebody over at the Australian, I'm guessing, Soccer Federation really dropped the ball. Because our guy Ryan Rowland-Smith does not have tickets to this one.
Excuse me? It's the most famous Australian
local Australian Ryan Rowland-Smith, as far as we know, does not have tickets to this one.
He should be sideline.
Yeah, he should be
guest of honor.
Yeah, you know how they walk out from the locker room onto the field arm in arm with little children.
Ryan Rowland-Smith should
be arm in arm with his Australian buddies.
You know what? When I told you that I ran into those Australians when I was out walking Lukey, I was so tempted to just tell them that I know Ryan Rowland-Smith because I thought that could be currency, social currency that I could use. I was just thinking, God, they're here in Seattle.
Know an Australian.
Former Mariner. He's got to be you know what I mean?
National hero, silver medalist in the 2000
an
Olympics.
Olympian who pitched in the major leagues. I was so tempted to just be like, hey, by the way, for no reason, unprompted. You guys know Ryan Rowland-Smith? I know him. I didn't, but that's how
can't
desperate.
Say I've heard of him.
That's how desperate I was to be popular in that moment. I saw five strangers and was like, let me name drop.
Yeah, let me name drop. Ever heard of a fella named Ryan Rowland-Smith?
Do you think Ryan does the same when he talks to Americans?
It's you ever hear of Michael Jordan?
No. You ever heard of Bump Stacy and Curtis? No?
I think Ryan is talking to a lot more Americans than we are Australians.
Yeah. I heard him talking to many in the elevator yesterday. Can't lie. I think that's real. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, real!
Headline rewrites.
Must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Brian Wu went 7 shutty on Thursday to help the Mariners blank the Orioles 3-0. What's the real headline?
More like the Mariners blank them 3-0s.
Because they're the Orioles.
They're the Orioles.
Right.
Let's talk about this one because I think that the primary complaint people had, and actually I think that we're going to get to one of them about the lineup coming up in 50 minutes, but the primary complaint I saw was, oh my God, the first inning was fun. It was great. It was fantastic. You put up 3 runs and then nothing. I think you can still be very happy with the win, but Curtis, what about you?
I'll take the win. I'll take the series win, especially against a team like the Orioles that have given you a little bit of trouble. They split that 4-game series last week in Baltimore when it looked like the Mariners should have taken at least 3 or 4, just based off of the talents of both rosters. But all in all, a good series win. Yes, the offense only managed to score 9 runs over the 3 games, so you're hoping to get a little bit more out of that. But also, you look at the names that have been out of the lineup, I don't think you can expect what the lineup has been over the last 3 games to put up 10 runs, to put up 8 runs. Like, you just got to play these low-scoring games for now with Julio out, with Randy out, with Naylor banged up, with Luke Raley out. Once you get those guys back, then I think you can anticipate the offense getting better. Just tip of the cap to Brian Wu yesterday for that outing. I mean, that was fantastic. Would love to see that a little more consistently out of him. That's been kind of trouble.
Would you say he had a red-hot crack?
Did have a red-hot crack. He absolutely did yesterday.
We learned that from Ryan yesterday.
We did. Also good to see Andres Munoz kind of battle through some control struggles in that 9th inning, able to get the game's final 3 outs. We know that, like, when things don't go perfect for him, he kind of struggles. It didn't go perfect for him yesterday, but he was able to bear down and pick up the save yesterday.
I saw a couple people complaining, look, you have 2 base runners. I get it. You're going, oh, my God, are you going to allow this game to be tied, and then go into extras? And I get the frustration, but still got the save. You know what I mean? I get it, but I think there's only so much complaining you can actually do when your team does, in fact, win, especially if you shut out the opponent.
Right. I mean, it wasn't clean in the 9th.
It wasn't the most beautiful game you've ever seen.
Job was taken care of.
I fear you did not allow a single run from this team.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's a great recipe for winning.
What's next?
Not allowing a run.
Not allowing a single one.
Headline rewrites.
Well, many have said that.
A lot of people don't know that, but you do need at least one run to win a game.
You heard it here first, folks. Headline number 2. Former Krakens GM Ron Francis has been hired as a special advisor by the Pittsburgh Penguins. What's the real headline?
It was funny. We got some insight here. His first message to Pittsburgh's front office was reportedly how acquiring stars is actually a bad thing.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
You want to build your roster out of kind of middling talent for about 5 years.
Yeah, it really is a blue-collar approach.
Yeah, just get a bunch of average guys together.
Yeah, and then you win based on lessons about friendship.
That's right. I've never met. Well, I actually never met Ron Francis. I've never watched a sports executive be so risk averse. That man did not want to challenge himself in any way.
Yes, I couldn't tell if what made it so murky and muddy, because obviously he had an incredibly successful playing career, clearly, but what made it so tough was wondering whether part of that was a direction for a new franchise that was looking at the novelty of being a brand new franchise, that part of what they might have been concerned about in hiring Hackstall and taking a conservative approach when they started was just, hey, we don't have to feel pressure to win a Stanley Cup right now. Obviously, it's our goal, but let's focus on drafting and building from the ground up and on getting a guy who can focus on culture. Oh, look, he was so successful at the collegiate level. Let's take that kind of approach. The problem is you never grew on that. You didn't actually build that foundation. It's not like you built up some fantastic culture and that those guys that you ended up trying to draft developed. Like, where is Shane Wright? I'm not trying to be an expert about the development of
even
NHL
Matty
prospects, but Matty Beniers
regressed.
had, I was going to say, looked incredibly promising and then didn't continue to build on that.
It's a really frustrating thing watching the Golden Knights go to their third Stanley Cup final in only 9 seasons of existence.
Different approach to the expansion draft,
and,
though.
I mean, if Seattle had come first,
More
they would be
aggressive
further
moves.
along
Sure.
because there just wasn't the firsthand knowledge of how this expansion draft could have benefited Seattle. But I think ultimately, like, the Kraken feel further away now from contention than they did when they first started out.
I absolutely agree. And I don't know if suddenly we're looking at Botterill going like, hey, what are you going to do about it? But I think that the novelty has long since worn off. I think it has been
It's not a cute story anymore.
Not anymore. No longer do you just get a charge $60 for a hard seltzer because a bunch of people from Amazon are coming to check out their game to have a good time. You now have people with real expectations, and you need to meet them.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, it's cut down day at the U.S. Open. What's the real headline?
Maybe we see Bump on Monday after all.
Maybe.
He was going to be gone all week with this golf trip, but he might not make it.
A 77 would have put him...
Oh, yeah, what place?
Yesterday, it would have put him tied for 112.
That's not bad.
He would have beaten quite a few people, about 20 guys he would have beaten yesterday.
Nice.
But right now, Wyndham Clark is currently your leader at -7. He shot a first round of 64 yesterday, which is pretty unheard of at the U.S. Open. That is historically a tournament where if you're right around par, you've got a good chance of winning that thing. But you got Matt Fitzpatrick at -3. Let's see here. Colin Morikawa -2. Xander Schauffele. So, Wyndham Clark right now kind of running away with things. At least heading into the weekend.
I was going to lose my mind at Joe in Bellevue texting in, but it's actually funny. He was being facetious. You need more patience, he says. Going to 3 finals in 5 years is actually way overrated. We're on a 20-year build slowly plan.
Yeah.
You don't see the forest for the trees.
I don't see
here.
the vision.
Yeah, you just don't get it.
You're right.
Is what it is. You need to understand.
I appreciate that
happening.
perspective, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
It's funny. All right, still to come. We got a lot of Mariners talk to get to. We're going to start that coming up at 10:30, talking about what to expect from Piggy Back 2.0, ironically featuring the same 2 starters. Just like the Piggy Back is back in the exact same way, but some things are different. We're also going to talk about why the Mariners are kind of having a yelling at clouds moment, or rather why fans are right now when it comes to the Mariners. We are talking about the Seahawks. Interesting stuff from Mike Macdonald on how he gets buy-in from his players coming up at 10:45. Talking to the Athletics' Levi Weaver coming up at 11. So getting back to baseball. And again, kind of keeping our eye on this match, which begins at noon and should happen over the course of our show. So if you're tuned in and also watching, we got you covered.
And by the way, since we are not a FIFA rights holder, we can't play you the English audio.
And I don't want to go to jail.
We can't play you the English audio.
Yeah.
But we could play you the Telemundo audio, which is a lot more fun than the English audio.
That's way more fun.
Yeah.
So we will have that coming your way, and I'm hoping for some golazos. Like, I really, really
That'd
am.
be pretty cool.
Talking Mariners coming up next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Pests and poor installation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated installation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit eastsideexterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Privacy, instantly Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grows fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer, food in your cart, and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Hey everybody, Jermaine Kurth with Pacific Northwest Interiors featuring CS Floors. Countertops, window covering, and flooring. From design to installations, Pacific Northwest Interiors has you covered. Come stop in to any of our new showrooms.
Looking for a new Mazda? Check out Mazda of Everett. As the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, they have over 700 new Mazdas in stock and are known for always offering the Mazda of Everett price. Awarded Mazda's President's Award 13 years in a row and ranked among the top 20 Mazda dealers in the USA for customer service. Locally owned and trusted by thousands. Shop at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett or MazdaofEverett.com. Dealer awards and rankings based on Mazda USA reporting and data.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
June is Men's Health Month. Swedish Cyberknife is encouraging men to break the stigma and talk about their own health with family members and medical professionals. Dave Wyman here. Find out about your family medical history, as conditions like prostate cancer can increase your risk. When detected early, prostate cancer has several viable treatment options. One of the most effective treatment methods for prostate cancer is offered at Swedish Medical Center right here in Seattle. Swedish Cyberknife requires only 5 short treatment sessions, each lasting less than an hour. It's non-surgical, non-invasive, and patients can typically maintain their usual day-to-day lives. This June, during Men's Health Month, make sure to place an emphasis on discussing your health with family and medical professionals. Ask about family history of medical conditions or disease. To learn more about Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Your property is almost perfect, if it wasn't for that troublesome tree or stump. Stop looking at it and mowing around it. P&D Tree Service will remove it for you. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, a small yard, or land clearing, P&D Tree will do it safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees and stumps away from homes, leaving a clean yard to enjoy. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Piggy Back 2.0. The other day we talked about, what this would look like. Let's talk about what it actually looks like tonight. It was more of a big picture conversation, but we're going to see it in action against the Boston Red Sox in the series opener. It's the same two guys who were part of the Piggy Back the first time around, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo. So we'll talk about the Piggy Back. We'll talk about facing Boston. You got a lefty in Ranger Suarez starting tonight opposite Bryce Miller, and then followed by Luis Castillo. And then I want to kind of not complain about something, but I want to talk, Curtis, about how we're kind of yelling at clouds when it comes to something with the Mariners right now. So let's talk about playing through those injuries. This is Dan Wilson.
Yes, we were banged up, no question. We had some injuries and whatnot, and we've had some injuries over the last week, but it doesn't do any good to focus on that. It's focusing on winning the series today, and we were able to do that, and guys stepped up. Brian Wu stepped up. We saw the big hits on offense and great defense behind Brian. That's the team stepping up in a situation where we needed it to, and that's what the fight in there is all about. These guys understand the situation, and you can feel sorry for yourself because you had a lot of injuries, or you can go out and keep fighting, and that's what these guys did, and that's what came through at the end here in winning this series.
That's right. I'm kind of going in reverse order here. You could feel sorry for yourself. You could even get mad at the Mariners. I've seen people do it. I've seen people complain, oh, why is Cal hitting second? 4 strikeouts yesterday. Oh, my God, I hate this so much. And oh, my God, this offense isn't doing anything after the first. Like, I saw all of it, and I kind of feel like it's a yelling at clouds moment. What are you upset about? Cal hitting second as opposed to who? Rosarena isn't out there. Rayleigh isn't out there. Julio isn't out there. What do you want, Miles Mastrobuoni to be hitting second? I mean, Canzone's already in cleanup. What do you want? What do you want? I'm sorry that Cal's hitting second, but there is no one else.
No team can prepare themselves for the amount of injuries to their starting 9 that the Mariners have had over the last couple of weeks. Not even the Dodgers have the reinforcements to be down your starting right fielder, your starting center fielder, your starting left fielder, your starting first baseman, your starting third baseman.
Right.
Like,
what?
Where? Like, you're more than half of your opening day lineup is currently on the shelf or is like just now working their way back.
I fear, you can be mad at me if you want. Some of you guys are yelling at clouds right now. Some of you guys are angry because you see, let's say, 8 innings of very little offense, or you see one of your best bats strike out 4 times, or you see a team that nearly blew a 3-0 lead on the Baltimore Orioles with a closer that's supposed to be so much better than he has been this year, and I get it. I completely get it. This is one of those instances where it's kind of no one's fault. I don't think there's a bad training staff that's absolutely ruining things. I don't think players are hurt and not playing through injuries because they're just not trying. I don't think that, Dan is ignorant to the fact that Cal might struggle in his return from the IL and decided to put him at second because he's stubborn. Now, I'd have questions if they were completely healthy and Cal was at second. I don't think that would be like the absolute best approach. But I feel like somewhere out there are just some fans that want to be mad because, I don't know, the team isn't playing up to expectation right now, but this isn't really the team, guys.
Yeah.
This isn't the team.
Connor Joe, I do not expect him to be playing significant innings in any kind of October scenario.
He went from first base to left field yesterday.
Yeah, Miles Mastrobuoni, thank you for your contributions, but I don't expect him to be out there in a pennant chase. Patrick Wisdom, who's not up on the roster, but he's been up the last couple of weeks. I don't expect him to be out there in any kind of important scenario for this team. So, yeah, I mean, it is frustrating to watch these guys take big at bats and be up in clutch situations when it's like, well, really, we can't do any better than this, and it's like, not yet. I mean, the trade market is pretty closed right now, and there's not really any other reinforcement in your minor leagues that the Mariners are willing to put up at the big league level yet.
I just, now, if you're Joan, no, not Joe, the 253 says Cole Young was just hitting leadoff, can't act like it would be insane to have him hit 2. Sure, fine, but I just don't think it's worth being that upset about. Also, 4 strikeouts is ugly. It was the first strikeout in the first inning that Cal has had since coming back. He was brilliant in his first 2 games.
Right.
He looked, every single plate appearance he had was great.
Yeah, yesterday the 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
That's gross, but let's not act like Cal wasn't looking pretty stellar so far.
And I mean, those kinds of games happen with the best of players.
And most especially for a guy that's a 3 true outcome guy.
Exactly. Cal will strike out quite a bit.
He struck out 4 times in a game last year.
I will say maybe the only issue I do have with the batting order is maybe move Colt Emerson, continue to move him up further. I think he has shown himself to be a major league caliber hitter. He was hitting, I think, 6th yesterday. I'm not saying put him at cleanup, but definitely move him up so you can get more at-bats throughout the course of the game.
And I completely understand. I just don't – I think it is a waste of air to have that kind of, like, rage about Cal being in the 2 spot when the lineup looks like this. If they were completely healthy, I thought that they'd plug Cal in, and even Mitch Garver said this. I thought they'd put him in at 4, maybe 5, and I thought they should. I thought that was a great spot for him. They haven't been healthy since he's gotten back.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't yet played with a Rosarena.
No.
It was his first time playing Naylor the other day. He hasn't yet played with Rayleigh.
Right.
He like Julio was out there and then had to leave. Like if everyone was healthy, I get it. I'll entertain the conversation because I don't think that he's the ideal 2-spot guy either. But complaining about it yesterday is just kind of being mad the team is underperforming and trying to figure out who you're mad at.
Right. Because maybe you do JP and Cole Young in the top of that lineup, especially against a righty.
And then maybe Dom, who's got some good power in the 3rd spot. He was already in the 3rd.
Yeah, but, you start your lineup up against a righty with JP, Cole Young, Naylor 3rd, maybe Cal 4th, Dom 5th. Maybe that's what or Colt Emerson 5th, Dom 6th, who knows? But
sure, but I'm just saying to
considering all the options, I don't think yesterday's lineup was as bad as people are making it out to be, especially at the top of your lineup.
I just, again, maybe it's just me. This is me ranting and raving and maybe taking the opportunity to be able to do it in front of a mic. And because I try to talk to my mom about this and she doesn't care, my sister, and she just does. So I'll just complain to you guys that, like, I have been so angry at this team before. This isn't one of the moments.
Right.
This is just a moment where I was like, oh, thank God.
There's frustration.
But
it's not anger.
Up. Thank goodness.
Frustration is close to anger, but it's not the same. And
you don't
the frustration
need to jump there so quickly.
Right, and I think the frustration should be more focused on, man, I wish these guys could get healthy. Because we know what this team is capable of when they're healthy and playing good ball. Like, this is a playoff caliber team.
Well, and not only that, but 4-2-5, they're placing Cal in the lineup based on results in past seasons, not based on this season. I hear you, only it doesn't even matter for yesterday's lineup.
Yeah. You're just trying to put a lineup together every single day at this point.
The guys that you have out there.
Getting to the next game.
I'm not talking about like when he was there and it felt very stubborn on Dan's part. I'm talking about just in general yesterday in a lineup that included guys that you're not going to see.
Victor Robles starting in center field. You're not going to see that very often.
Sure.
Miles Mastroboni starting in left field. You're probably not going to see that very often.
You don't need to tell me how a lineup works. I'm telling you right now, this iteration of the Mariners lineup doesn't matter as much as you think it does because they are so banged up.
Yeah.
And thank goodness they got to win. I wasted too much time complaining about this. We haven't even gotten to the Piggy Back, and I have so many questions from listeners. So, Curtis, I'm going to hit you with at least 2 of them. Yeah. Someone said, 206, why are we piggybacking Bryce? It seems like he's the hottest pitcher right now. Obviously, he can pitch deep into a game. We just saw it.
Yeah, I'm confused about executing this with Bryce Miller as the starting pitcher today, especially considering what he did against Washington, having the best start of his career, at least in terms of innings-wise, last Friday. I think I might have started the piggyback with probably George Kirby, if in a perfect world.
Starting out.
Right, but this also keeps Luis Castillo on his throwing schedule because he started last Saturday against the Nationals. This is 4 days off in between starts for him, actually 5 days off in between starts for him because you had the off day on Monday. So he's at full rest. Bryce Miller's at full rest. I don't know if this would have been the start I would have chosen to piggyback, especially considering how good Bryce Miller has been. Maybe there's still a little bit of concern him pitching as deep into that game as he did on Friday. Maybe they're kind of like, all right, Bryce is still only a few starts back from an injury. Maybe we don't need to, have him go 8 innings at this point in the season. Maybe later on in the year, we'll be more okay with that.
And then someone else said, we had a couple of people, how are they deciding who starts this time around? Sounds like they just flipped them. And it is not always going to be Luis piggybacking.
Right.
So.
And then there's another day off on Monday. So I'm guessing when it looks like Kirby and Wu in that Pittsburgh series would probably be the first two starting pitchers. So I'm guessing one of those guys probably gets piggybacked against the Pirates in that series.
Okay. We are going Seahawks and then back to the Mariners in baseball. I got a couple questions about the trade deadline. I know it's a ways out, but I feel like this team might need to add even sooner given how banged up they are. Coming up next, how Mike Macdonald has gotten buy-in from his players.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know there is hope. After only 3 weeks of treatment, 86% of patients report a reduction in symptoms. Northwest Ketamine Clinics was the first ketamine clinic in the Northwest, opened 9 years ago. They now have locations in Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue, with more than 50,000 treatments given. Find reviews and video testimonials from real patients on their website, including Brandon.
To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it.
Everyone's path to healing is different. Schedule a free consultation today to find out if ketamine therapy is right for you. They have immediate availability, so you can get started this week. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
I got to ride in the brand new all-electric ARC Sport, and it was a luxury EV on the water. Stacy here. You hop aboard immediately and feel like you're someone important. Luxury finishes, clean, tech throughout. Driving it is smooth, and it has that impressive kick you expect from an EV. Charging it is really easy, and not paying for gas is a huge plus. Book a free demo and see it for yourself in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it to them in Kirkland, they'll come pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window. $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Those in the know wait all year for the return of the Copper River King Salmon, available now at Seastar Restaurant and Raw Bar. Caught in Alaska's legendary Copper River, this wild king salmon is the rarest and most sought after of the run. Chef Howie's team over there, they prepare it simply. Fire grilled, lightly seasoned, really allowing this remarkable fish to speak for itself. Available only when the daily catch allows, and when it's gone, it's gone. So make your reservation at Seastar before the season slips away.
Long days call for lots of golf. Hey, it's Graz here, encouraging you to book a tee time between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. at your local premier course, like Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inner Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, and Walter Hall. In Western Washington, you know you're never far from a premier course. It accommodates all skill levels, and with affordable rates, you can book a tee time and truly enjoy the summer. If you're not in the mood for walking, play Top Tracer at the range at Inner Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park. Play the courses. Play Premier.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Today's pitching matchup brought to you by Eastside Exterminators. Bryce Miller and then Luis Castillo and a Piggy Back square off against Boston lefty Ranger Suarez. First pitch between the Mariners and Red Sox is going to be at 7:10 p.m. Pregame show starts at 6 p.m. on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. To the Mariners, Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. And yesterday we played a little bit of sound from Mike Macdonald's sit down with the Finding Mastery podcast. There's some more that we wanted to get to, though, Curtis, because Mike Macdonald in this conversation really seems to grasp some of the intangibles of coaching. Unsurprisingly, his team just won a Super Bowl. We know that he's an excellent coach, but it's really cool to hear him talk about it and kind of articulate what exactly he focuses on. So let's jump back into some of that conversation. First, Mike Macdonald, big on teaching, talked about how he teaches players.
And it starts with our language about like how we want to play the game, but there's this, it's just a constant reinforcement of how we want to play, what makes a Seahawk. And then, systematically with our coaches, we take a lot of pride in like doing a lot of the thinking for our players and working through those these more complex like football systems and whittling it down to a directive where a player can now go execute at a high level and it's going to work for them. There's some magic behind that, but if I didn't do my homework as a coach and I don't really have a great way to explain it, I'm not coaching it in this kind of this like elegant simplicity behind like what we're asking you to do, and the systems aren't really well oiled out. Well, it's kind of shame on us at that point.
What I took from that, I don't know about you, Curtis, when specifically he says, look, language, reinforcement, and then doing some of the thinking for them. The last part, when he talked about there's some magic in that, the way I thought about it is if you're a player and your coach tells you, hey, be here, do this, or I'm telling you, like, if we do this, they're going to turn the ball over. If we do this, they're not scoring here. If we do this, whatever. And then when you see that happen, even if I don't completely understand the principles of why I'm doing something, I believe in you even more.
Right.
When he says there's some magic in that, I could see how it literally would feel like, wow, this guy knows the future.
Right. And I think he has a really good way of connecting with the younger players that I think Pete Carroll, at the end of his time here in Seattle, just did not. I think back to one of the final Pete Carroll shows of the 2023 season where Pete was asked, by, I think it was Salk, like, do you have a problem connecting with your players? And Pete just snapped back, like, ask them.
Which I think
that to me was kind of like, oh, this is a guy who's kind of over this whole thing.
Yeah.
Whereas like Macdonald, I think, thrives off of being able to connect with a lot of these guys. Really, the only guys that I can't think that he's connected with are, probably like DK and Gino.
And they were kind of in between coaching regimes.
And DK and Gino were clearly Pete guys. Like they wanted to be either with Pete Carroll, especially in Gino's case, going to Vegas, and how they were, in cahoots the entire final year of Gino being in Seattle, or DK, where it was just like, I don't think this guy's going to be a culture fit for what we want to do here. I also kind of put Ken Walker in that group too, based off of kind of like Ken Walker's messaging since leaving Seattle and him not showing up to the ring ceremony. Feeling like he wasn't wanted. But outside of those three, it does kind of feel like Mike has been able to connect with the majority of this roster in a way that we haven't seen from a head coach since like the peak LOB days.
This next part of the interview I wanted to get to was one of the more interesting takeaways for me personally. And it was about how you deal with a guy who makes a very obvious mistake on the field.
Support, now like there's different ways of doing it, but like it's about moving on to the next thing. Like what's important now is we go to the next play. We say we're a moment by moment team going and trying to win another moment. Going and trying to win another play. How you get that done is probably unique to the relationship you have with the player, what works best with them. Maybe sometimes it's not even me or a coach. Sometimes it's another teammate. It's just different ways to communicate, but how we do it together is really important.
I thought that this is another one of those things where it is the quiet moments that make a very good coach, to understand not only how to put your players in the best position to succeed, but to put them in the best position to recover when they fail.
Yeah.
Players at this stage are in their 20s and 30s. They are getting quite a bit of money. They have families, many of them, and many of them have been doing this for years and years. And if you're a young coach like Macdonald, you're not that much older than them. And I think that it's easy to sit back and kind of take like a little league approach of like bench them.
Right.
Or do whatever. And we've seen Macdonald do that. Look, Reek Wolin has missed a series or two a couple times.
Didn't
we know
start
why.
a few
exactly.
games at the end.
And that is a form of punishment and trying to teach a lesson and have a guy see something. But I also think that it takes an emotionally mature coach who cares deeply about teaching to recognize how players must move on to continue to improve. They know what they did. How do you get them to kind of forget it? And I thought it was especially relevant for someone like Sam Darnold, who's going to be making mistakes as a quarterback and who did, leading all quarterbacks in interceptions last year during the regular season. How do you work with a guy like that to ensure he can be at his absolute best after making a big mistake on a big stage? You just move on from it. You try to get him to live in the moment, the next moment, the next moment.
And I think that attitude shown by your head coach is reflected in the players on the roster, because I remember watching the Super Bowl highlight film, and obviously they make a big deal about the loss to the Rams and how it was the last loss of the season. But one thing that really stood out to me was Devin Witherspoon going up to Sam Darnold on the bench and being like, hey, man, like, we got this. Like, I don't want this to, like, impact the kind of quarterback that you're going to be. We've got you. Like, don't worry about these interceptions. Like, we're going to take care of this. And they nearly did. They nearly still won that game. Mm-hmm. If Jason Myers' kick goes just a little bit further, maybe the Seahawks only lose twice last year. But I think that kind of attitude from your coaching staff towards your players then kind of spreads out from player to player then after that. And it creates a really cool environment where it's like, oh, I'm allowed the freedom to, mess up once or twice here and there. It becomes a problem if the guy is messing up consistently in the biggest stages over and over again. But you're going to make mistakes. But it's also a problem when he's
terrified of making a mistake. That can also be, to your point.
Yeah, you can get in your own head at that point.
Yeah.
And then it becomes like, uh-oh, this is not a good spot.
Well, and then you're talking about, in very different ways. We've been talking about timing with someone like Cal. You're talking about timing with quarterbacks being terrified to make a mistake, and so they just don't have the timing right with things because they're, you have to have a level of confidence to make those super tight window throws. And to have those amazing connections and chemistry, a big part of that has to be trust.
Yeah.
And you don't trust if you're terrified of making a mistake and you feel like all of the pressure is on you. So it's a delicate balance. Linda rightfully pointing out discipline, not punishment. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fantastic listen if you guys have time. It's the Finding Mastery podcast, Mike Macdonald. So it's like an hour-long interview. Really good stuff. All right, we are getting back to baseball. One of the most common questions we're getting from listeners, this was especially yesterday and including this morning, is, hey, the Mariners are pretty banged up. I know the trade deadline is over a month away, but is it too early to add someone? We're going to ask the Athletics' Levi Weaver next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Give something that matters this Father's Day. Time together at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Share stories, laughter, racing simulators, kids' activities, and lunch at the new cafe. It's more than a visit. It's memories. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Dave Wyman here, and the folks at Bellevue Rare Coins say higher prices have enticed more Americans to cash out their jewelry, gold, and silver items. Here's a story from a real customer. She walked into Bellevue Rare Coins with an old bag of jewelry, a little bit nervous, a little bit embarrassed because it was mostly old tangled chains and pieces she hadn't looked at in years. When they gave her the total, she couldn't believe what it was worth. Go see what your jewelry is worth with a free consultation. Bellevue Rare Coins is now in Linwood, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Bellevue.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's the Diablo Performance Event at Par Lumber. For a limited time, get 20% off all Diablo tool products, including saw blades, drill bits, and hole saws. Built for cleaner cuts, longer life, and top performance. Don't miss out. Stock up and save big on the brand that outperforms the rest. Now through June 20th, get 20% off all Diablo tool products at your local Par Lumber. Visit par.com for more details.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The U.S. men's national team takes on Australia in 1 hour at Lumen Field, a.k.a. Seattle Stadium. We'll give you updates during the show. Later tonight, the Mariners open up a series at T-Mobile against the Boston Red Sox. It's Piggy Back Part 2, though with the same two starters, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, sharing duties against Boston lefty Ranger Suarez. First pitch at 7:10 p.m. Pre-game show starts at 6 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. He's the author of the Athletics Daily Newsletter, The Wind-Up. It's the Athletics' Levi Weaver joining us right now. Levi, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. I'm going to start with a question that I understand may not have a satisfying answer, but it's one that we're getting a ton given the Mariners' injuries. You can guess where I'm going here. They have quite a few guys down with injury, and while they could get some of them back, certainly before the deadline, guys like Randy Arozarena, others like Matt Brash, who's at least a month out, are going to be cutting it pretty close. So a common question we get is, look, I know we're looking at the end of July for the deadline, but is there a possibility the Mariners could add someone sooner? How much movement do you think we'll actually see ahead of the deadline this far out?
That is a really good question, because usually with a team like the Mariners, Jerry Dipoto had a reputation for a while of trading sometimes just like as a hobby almost. And so you would expect that trades are coming just on any given day, much less when they're in a first place headed towards the deadline with some injuries. But the problem is identifying the sellers this year. It's the Giants have already been reported to have been taking some calls on some of their players, but do you really want to saddle yourself with some of the contracts that seem to be available? Maybe not. And then in the American League, I'm going to just pull up the standings real quick, because teams like the Houston Astros, right? Horrible start to the season. Right now they're 35-41. They're not good. If they were in the National League, it would be time for them to be sellers. Well, they're 2.5 games out, right? So this fourth place team is probably not going to be sellers just yet. The Angels should be sellers regardless, but that's Artie's team, and they never really do what they should do or what makes any common sense. Kind of the same goes for the Rockies in the National League. So if I'm the Mariners, I'm looking to pull the trigger now. Go ahead and try to run away with the American League West while it's still there for the taking and before any of the other teams get hot. The problem is convincing some of these other teams that it's time to punt on a season when they look at the standings, and regardless of their record, they're within 3, 4, 5 games of a playoff spot.
You mentioned those standings. Looking at the AL West, things have gotten tighter over the last few weeks. The top 4 teams within 4 games of each other. Levi, when you look at the Mariners that top the division, do the A's, Rangers, or Astros you feel pose any kind of threat at them if those teams are at full health?
before I answer that, let me step back. The Astros are 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, not the division. You're right. It's 4 games in the division. I think that the Rangers starting pitching is good. Their offense hasn't been good for 3 years now. I think the Astros, if they were fully healthy, their offense is great. Their pitching is not really. Hunter Brown is going to help now that he's back, but and the Athletics, I think, are still young, and I think the A's are sort of the wild card here because they're such a young team. They do have some talent. I don't think they have the horses in the rotation or really the bullpen to be like a dangerous team, but they're so young and inexperienced that that's the sort of team that the excitement can fuel them for a 2-week hot stretch from time to time. So I think that that's a possibility. But no, I mean, there are no good teams in the AL West. I'll expand that. There are hardly any good teams in the American League, period. And the Yankees are good. We're starting to see the Rays come back down to earth. The White Sox, again, another one of those exciting teams. Is this sustainable talent? Probably not. Not yet, anyway. The Guardians can't hit. Like, there aren't any good American League teams but besides the Yankees. And then if the Mariners offense and, if they get some of these injuries resolved soon enough, that rotation is good enough that they're knocking on the door of being a good team also.
I was going to ask, what would make them a good team to you? Is it like if they're fully healthy, you put them right back there? Because, I mean, they started out with depending on the odds makers you were looking to, the best or second, maybe third best odds out of the American League to get to a World Series. Obviously, even when they were a complete team, they weren't living up to those expectations, but they so rarely have been.
Right, and that's the question. Like, is it they're fully healthy? Well, maybe. Randy Arozarena has been really great this year. He's got an 826 OPS. He's leading the team in wins above replacement. You assume getting that guy healthy is going to be a huge help. You would have thought the same for Cal Raleigh, but, given his monster year last year, but Raleigh's hitting 164. He's got an OPS that's sub-6. He doesn't look like the same hitter this year that he did last year. So it is health, sure, some of it, and I don't know how much the injury was affecting his performance before he was injured either, or before he went on the IL.
Yeah, he played through it for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it is health, but it's also like these guys just playing up to their potential. And last year I thought was a year that they started to kind of put it all together. But the previous 2 years, it was like, man, this offense should be better. And then the next year, it's like, man, this pitching should be better. This year, I think it's kind of the offense is turning into that they need to step it up because the pitching rotation is, they have too many good pitchers, which is a thing that's not supposed to exist.
Levi, you mentioned the Mariners pitching, and today they're going with the Piggy Back again, which they've done, I think, 3 previous times. What's kind of been the national perception of the Mariners' strategy in deploying their 6 starting pitchers? Does it feel like, it's kind of at random, or do you kind of see the vision of what the Mariners are trying to do here?
I'll tell you what made the difference for me, because before I wrote the windup, I covered the Rangers for, 6-7 years. There would be times a 6-man rotation would come up, and I remember Cole Hamels, for example, just sort of sneering at it almost and going, it's not part of baseball. Like, well, pitchers traditionally have not tended to like the 6-man rotation. They are locked into their routines, and starting pitchers especially really rely on their routines. Here, I think, is the difference for me. A couple of weeks ago when they were doing the Piggy Back, we saw Luis Castillo lose it. And I think it was Bryce Miller that was like, yeah, it's not ideal, but you do what you can do, and we're trying to do our best. And that's really not what you want to hear from players when a team is trying something, to hear that they don't really think it's a good idea or they're uncomfortable, that they don't like it. And then a couple days ago, the stories started to come out that, okay, we're going to go back to the Piggy Back. However, it's not just these two. We talked to the starting pitchers, and they unanimously said, hey, let's all do it. If they're going to have to do it, let's all do it. We're all going to piggyback a little bit. That, to me, when you get the buy-in from the pitchers, now I think it can work. And that's, at least now we're going to get to see if it can work. If the pitchers are bought in and that they are on board with the plan, then at very least this is going to, it's going to be given its best chance to succeed, and we can see if it's something that'll work. It's certainly creative. I've never, ever seen it done before just exactly like this. Yeah. So I'm very curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, we are too. It's been kind of a weird experience covering it, even not being quite sure. heading back to a broader look at the American League, you mentioned that it's just down bad this year. You're absolutely right. It's very weird. Mariners are fortunate that the AL West is just barely clinging on to life and that they can stay above 500. But it is frustrating because, look, as someone covering the Mariners and someone who's local, this is a team that people here desperately want to see reach a World Series for the first time, and this is such a talented group. You mentioned the Yankees are kind of the best team, clearly, in the American League. Should we just give them the pennant now, or can the Mariners make things interesting?
I hope they make it interesting. You're not supposed to root for teams as an objective journalist. However, I'm allowed to root for novelty, and I would love to see the Mariners in the World Series. If you ask me, I would love to see Mariners versus Brewers in the World Series. I think that would be so much fun to see those two teams, somebody different. The playoffs are such a crapshoot anyway. And yes, usually the best team wins, but not always. And we see series every year where, some team that we expect to win ends up not winning. And I thought the Mariners were maybe a better team last year against the Blue Jays and didn't win. So, no, I don't think that we hand anything to the Yankees ever just on principle. Let's not ever do that.
Or ever again, I think. But I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Do I think the Yankees will go to the World Series? I'm not an odds guy, but sure, I think they are. But yeah, I mean, that's not a given, and that's not drawn in stone at all. I think the Mariners do have a chance to do it, and especially in a playoff series where anything can happen, and especially if you have a really, really good starting rotation.
Levi, something Stacey and I are going to be talking about later in the show is the proposal that Major League Baseball had yesterday, sort of redoing the rules of draft eligibility and basically no high school players being draft eligible. You got to be 20 years old or 2 years out of high school, whichever comes first. What did you make of seeing that proposal come across the wire yesterday? What are your thoughts on that?
I would love to give you a very informed answer on that. I'll be really honest. I don't know. And it's certainly interesting, but I still need a few days to really process and read about it and decide how I feel. There are some of the proposals that have been made that I can sort of dismiss out of hand. I don't think that a salary cap is actually the answer. I think it would benefit the owners far more than the players. That one's easy for me. This one, there are a lot of complicated things that come with the draft. I mean, they also talked about an international draft, which I think that's been baseball's dirty little secret for a long time, is that entire industry down there with the Buscones and with these kids that are, you're not allowed to sign them until they're 16, but you can identify them at, 11 years old, and they come live on your complex. And guess what? No other team gets to watch them play because they're living on your complex. So it's kind of a shady business. And, would an international draft help to solve some of that? I don't know. I don't know that it would solve the problems, but I'm certainly interested to sort of read more, and I wish that I had a more definitive answer for you, but I think the honest answer is I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other about it yet.
Totally fair. Do you have a strong opinion on the rule change to the home run derby? I know we're still a ways out from that, and it's a little more lighthearted than very serious talks about, CBA stuff or negotiations or draft rule changes, but no pitch clock now, or no timer now, I should say. Pro, con? Curtis and I were kind of against it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when they went to the pitch clock a few years ago, and everybody was like, oh, they saved the home run derby, man. We were all getting sick of this, and boy, they saved it, and now it's exciting. And now a few years later, it's, hey, we
got to do away with it.
It'll be better if we try this other thing that we just, did a long time ago. So I think they're going to tinker with the home run derby for forever. If you want my strong opinion, though, it would be that we should have a skills competition at the All-Star break.
Love it.
I would love to
Fastest
see who
pitch.
can. Yeah, and fastest pitch, you're going to have a real hard time convincing players to do that because you're going to get some guy that blows his arm out trying to top Zarowski.
I want coolest slide.
I mean, you could do slides for style points. You could do the what's the skills competition they do in the NBA where there's the pass and the layup or whatever. Who can bunt the most accurately and who can throw most accurately from center field. And, let's do foot races. I would love to see, Bubba Chandler out there foot racing Ellie De La Cruz, right? And again, you're going to have to convince people that the risk of a blown hamstring is worth it.
Totally. Let's get you to Rob Manfred. Levi, we need you in front of Rob right now because I need to see a skills competition.
Well, you might want to pick somebody that he is a little more fond of than me, but let's get in the idea.
Does Rob not like you? What happened?
Oh, my first story that I ever wrote for The Athletic, this was back when the minor league pay was a big issue. It was before it had come out, and they were basically making poverty wages. And I asked him about it, and he said, well, you have to understand this is how musicians get paid too. And what he didn't know is that was my first year with The Athletic, and previously I had been a touring musician for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
And, I knew how musicians get paid, and it wasn't that. And so
you pushed back.
I just sort of, a little bit, but then he kind of just kept trying to convince me, and I was like, well, if you're going to lie to me, I'll just go ahead and write a story about why you're lying. And then I did. And then also the Pride Night thing in Texas. The Rangers are the only team that doesn't have a Pride Night, and so he's aware that I feel like the league should step in there. And, Atlanta was cost to the All-Star game a few years ago because of their bathroom laws, and I think that MLB, is that going to solve the problem? No, but they were showing that they were trying to do something. And then the Rangers get a All-Star game a couple years later, and so I just, asked him about it. And anyway, it sometimes takes a while for him to acknowledge my hand when it's raised in the room.
Good reporter, Levi. Good reporter.
Yeah, always putting the pressure on Commissioner Manfred. We love to hear that. But, Levi, last one from me. When you look at right now in the American League, is there any team that you think that's just kind of lurking right now that could, besides maybe the Mariners, is there a team lurking that you think could actually pose a significant threat to the Yankees?
No.
Oh, God, the silence was gutting.
That's fair.
No one answered it for us.
There are two, like I said earlier about the A's and the White Sox, like they're sort of these young and fun and exciting teams. And so if they sneak into the playoffs, could that excitement be enough to fuel them for a deep playoff run? Sure. Yeah, we've seen that before. So yes, it's possible, but no, there's nobody that I look at right now and I go keep an eye on them because they might be good enough on paper to challenge the Yankees in the American League. It really is kind of like maybe the Mariners, probably nobody else.
He is the Athletics' Levi Weaver, and he's not afraid to stand up to Rob Manfred. Thanks, Levi.
Thanks, Levi.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Before we get to 4 Down territory, some breaking news. It's official. Christian Pulisic out today with that calf injury for USA's match against Australia, happening in less than 1 hour at Seattle Stadium.
Yeah, the pregame show on Fox is just showing all these crowd shots of the parking lot at Lumen. And, yeah, it looks like a college game day atmosphere.
Yeah, it sure does. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Stacy, filling in for Bump today. All eyes are on a potential Devin Witherspoon extension, but one ESPN voice urged the Seahawks to focus on another player first. Who is it and why?
Thought it was interesting because I, too, am focusing on Devin Witherspoon and that massive record-setting contract, presumably going to be tops among cornerbacks. But ESPN's Aaron Schatz says the Seahawks actually need to get Big Cat Leonard Williams signed to a long-term deal first. This is his reasoning. Leonard Williams is entering into the final year of his contract. He's actually going to become a free agent in March. Meanwhile, Witherspoon is a first-rounder. The team exercised that fifth-year option, so technically they do have an extra year to get Witherspoon done. Now, we all anticipate that a Witherspoon extension is going to come probably later this summer. I'm guessing during training camp, maybe shortly before training camp starts. Imminent is what I'm saying. I hadn't really considered a Big Cat extension. At least it hadn't been front of mind for me. I know that he's going to be a free agent, but Aaron makes an interesting point that technically you have a little more wiggle room with Witherspoon. You know he's not going anywhere. You have him under contract. He has a good relationship with your coaching staff and with your team. Big Cat's got 1 year left with you, and then he's on the market.
Second down. Stacey, which NFC team should we be watching out for in 2026?
So the Seahawks don't have to play them, I don't think.
Okay, that's good.
But we could see a bounce back from the Lions. They're obviously a team that used to be absolutely dominant in the NFL. We used to be talking about them all the time. 2023, winning 12. What am I saying? They won 12 games. 2024, 15. It was in 2023 they went to the NFC Championship game. Obviously lost. Still haven't been to a Super Bowl. Last year banged up, and it wasn't quite enough. Despite winning 15, they missed the playoffs. I get why people are looking past them. You go 9-8 last year. You're 4th in the NFC North. You lose out on coordinators the year prior. Like, you're just not really the hard-hitting, physical team that you were the 2 seasons prior. However, something that they have over the rest of their division is that by virtue of finishing 4th, they've now got a fourth place schedule. So the Lions have the 6th easiest schedule in the NFL in 2026. I think that they could have a bit of a comeback here. I think it makes it a little interesting. The Packers are going to be good. They're a young team. The Bears are, obviously it feels like on the verge of something special, losing to the Rams in the playoffs, but also could have advanced to the championship game against Seattle. But the Lions with that schedule make things interesting.
Third down. You heard something the other day that surprised you. What was it?
So I assumed that part of the secret sauce to the Seahawks returning to a Super Bowl, despite not having Clint Kubiak, having a first-time play caller, would be, okay, just do the same thing. It's from the same coaching tree. It's the Shanahan offense. Do that. But that isn't actually going to be the case. This is from Matt Hasselbeck's interview with Brock and Saul.
I definitely know more the vision of, like, I think we're really going to see offensively. I don't think the league really knows. And Brock grilled him on terminology and what's changing and what's staying the same, and not to give any secrets away, but like it's not going to be exactly the same. It's not. So I think that's exciting too, and I think it's going to again. It all flows from Mike Macdonald and his vision. And I think that's probably the most important thing here, because I do believe Mike Macdonald is the secret sauce for this organization and for the team.
I know this probably wasn't the case for everyone else, but I hadn't really challenged my assumption yet that Fleury and the coaching staff would just kind of try to follow the same approach, mostly because I thought that, well, by this point, it's kind of Macdonald's approach, and Macdonald's the head coach. He wants a physical offense. He wants an offense that's running the ball. And yeah, that's going to be integral to what they do. I mean, Brian Fleury was a run game coordinator for San Francisco in his final year. But I like hearing that there are going to be things that look different. It's not just going to be copy-paste, try to be Clint Kubiak 2.0. No, be Brian Fleury. Be you. And let's see what this offense looks like this year. So that's intriguing to me, and I'm curious to see what those tweaks and, maybe improvements will be.
Fourth down. Okay, Stacey, earlier in the show, you got mad at people complaining about the Mariners lineup. You were mad at them instead of, are you mad at me? But there's one caveat
yes.
you want to add.
Yeah.
What is it?
Okay, so I'll tell you what I complained about earlier. And for being someone getting mad at people for being mad, I get mad at a lot of things. I recognize the hypocrisy with just my general approach to life and to the show, but especially with this. I was saying that there were some fans doing a little bit of yelling at clouds, getting really upset that Cal yesterday was hitting second in the lineup. And I said, look, Cal in the 2 games back from his IL stint had not yet struck out. He had, I think, like a quality plate appearance. Even in outs, there were hard hit balls. He was putting the ball in the air. He had drawn 2 walks. Obviously, had a couple hits. Nearly had a home run before it was robbed at the wall. I felt encouraged by what we saw so far. I also said, who else is going to be hitting second? This isn't your perfectly healthy lineup. This is, maybe you could be nitpicky and you can go, I'd actually love to see Canzone a little higher, or Naylor higher, or Young second. Like Emerson moved up. I get it, but I don't really think it's worth complaining about a lineup when this lineup is like a weird patchwork lineup of backups.
Kind of
and
a Cactus League lineup.
It's a weird lineup, and I don't think it's worth yelling and being angry that Cal is hitting second when he had looked great in his return so far prior to striking out 4 times. However, the thing I want to add is, now if this lineup was fully healthy and you had Randy and you had Julio and you had Rayleigh available and all those guys out there, and Cal was put in the second spot, and let's say he continued to struggle, then I get complaining. And I get being like, what if we just take a little bit of the pressure off? Because that's what I thought part of the problem was with Cal this year, is that, like, I don't think that you should put him there. In general, I know that you want your best hitter there, but like, I agree with Mitch Garver, who said this to the Seattle Times and to MLB.com with like, why not just put him at fifth and like eventually he'll get hot. Inevitably he'll get hot and you'll want to move him up. But like, if part of the problem was the pressure he was facing, why not just take that off of him? But I just don't think you can do that with this lineup. So
yeah.
So my thing I'd like to add is if this lineup gets healthy and he's still there, then you can complain and I get it. And I'm not going to be mad at you.
But right now,
I'm mad at you.
Chill out.
Timeline coming your way next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
How you do one thing is how you do everything. And for 104 years, Wayscarf Ford has treated their customers a very special way, the Wayscarf way. Stacy here, and I've personally felt that. I've driven my new Ford Bronco from Wayscarf Ford for over a year. Getting it was very exciting and stress-free. But each time I brought it in because of a minor bump or because it was in need of service, their team has been absolutely amazing. Always friendly, very polite. And they explain that each vehicle they sell includes a complimentary lifetime powertrain warranty. That covers your engine, transmission, rear end, and also seal and gaskets for any of those components. And if it's a four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, like my Bronco, the warranty covers the transfer case as well. They also have a 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. I always leave Wayscarf Ford with a smile on my face. And now you should too, with rates as low as 3.99 on approved credit and no payments until football season to help you save even more. It's the family discount, and it's only at Wayscarf Ford in Auburn. wayscarford.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Those in the know wait all year for the return of the Copper River King Salmon, available now at Seastar Restaurant and Raw Bar. Caught in Alaska's legendary Copper River, this wild king salmon is the rarest and most sought after of the run. Chef Howie's team over there, they prepare it simply. Fire grilled, lightly seasoned, really allowing this remarkable fish to speak for itself. Available only when the daily catch allows, and when it's gone, it's gone. So make your reservation at Seastar before the season slips away.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no-interest, no-payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and Cruising Into Summer is back at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and so are some of the biggest acts in entertainment. Bingo Loco taking over Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Saturday, May 30th. Think bingo, but with DJs, dance-offs, prizes, and a full-on party vibe. Then Master Mentalist Colin Cloud brings his hit show, Colin Cloud Mastermind, to the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel Ballroom Saturday, June 13th. You won't believe your eyes. Tickets on sale now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Your property is almost perfect, if it wasn't for that troublesome tree or stump. Stop looking at it and mowing around it. P&D Tree Service will remove it for you. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, a small yard or land clearing, P&D Tree will do it safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees and stumps away from homes, leaving a clean yard to enjoy. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
What if I told you a local credit union is giving members up to $30 per month just to make everyday purchases? Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus today and next week. Bump on a golf trip.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll come back with 2 functioning obliques?
I think his back is going to be very sore.
I think it's going to be gone.
Yeah. He's going to be limping around. Just,
he'll be like, worth it. It was worth it.
Yeah, totally worth it. He's going to be wearing one of those icy hot patches.
Is exactly what it's going to be. So he's enjoying his summer before a very, very busy football season. So we hope he's having fun. Major League Baseball, in our first story, has submitted another controversial proposal to the Players Union, and it could reshape eligibility rules for the draft. First, players would not be eligible for the draft straight out of high school. Curtis, I'll stop here because this is the one really making headlines.
Right.
It's something that people are sounding off most about. I'll start with what AJ Przinsky said, and then I want to know what you think about it.
Okay.
I absolutely hate this idea. I was a high school draft pick, and they said I think it also includes they have to go to college for 2 years instead of the 3 now. Basically what this is saying is they want college baseball to be the new minor leagues. They're going to take the draft from 20 rounds to 12, less players, less minor league affiliates, which equals, guess what, Kratz? Less money the owners have to spend. It's amazing how it always comes back to the owners spending the least amount of money as possible.
He's not wrong. It really does. What do you think about it?
I think you're depriving yourself of some of the most talented guys that could ever grace a baseball field, because you look at like Mike Trout. He was directly from high school. You look at Ken Griffey Jr. directly from high school. Alex Rodriguez directly from high school. I mean,
some of your own Mariners now.
Colt Emerson, Cole Young. I believe Josh Naylor was a high school draft pick. You are only hurting yourself in making these guys have to wait to reach the big league level, all because you don't want to have to pay them a couple of early free agency years, a la what Juan Soto, when he hit free agency at age 25, him being, 19 when he made his major league debut. Guys like Manny Machado, who were super young, he was a high school draft pick as well. Alex Rodriguez, when he hit free agency, I think he was 25 years old as well. So you aren't going to see a lot of those deals anymore if this does in fact happen. But I think you are only damaging your product, because when a guy gets drafted like top 5, top 10 out of high school, it's kind of like, oh, this guy is a dude. Like Bryce Harper, number 1 overall pick out of high school. And is probably going to end up as a Hall of Famer at the end of his career. So I just don't see the benefit of this outside of just the owners being able to save money by, trimming off a couple of free agency years from these guys by delaying the start of their pro careers.
Here's a bit more from Eric Kratz about how that works.
This eliminates guys from getting into professional baseball till they're at least 20 years old. Now, all of a sudden, all your free agents don't hit free agency in the big leagues till you're 28, 29 years old, which, as we just found out, this last free agent go-round with Juan Soto, he reached free agency at a ripe young age that you will never be able to reach again if you're not able to be drafted out of high school, which keeps salaries down of the major big-time guys. And it also, all the money cost savings that you already mentioned, AJ. So it's just really a cost-saving thing that they're looking to do.
So if the rule is players are not eligible for MLB's draft straight out of high school, and the hidden agenda is that it's increasing the minimum age so that those free agent salaries when those players are eligible for free agency are now lower, what's the unhidden agenda? Like, what is the outright agenda for the league? Because that's what I'm still trying to figure out.
Yeah, and
like, what are they saying? What's the point of it?
I think the point of it is they want to use college baseball more as a developmental rung on the ladder compared to what it is right now. That way you don't have to have, low A ball or rookie ball or whatever, because when you're another rule that they have proposed is shrinking the draft from 20 rounds to only 12, which then further depletes the pool of minor league baseball talent, which means there's less players that are going to be, just filling in those cracks every single year when guys, retire, guys do whatever. So I think they want to then use college baseball as this tool. And then there's also the possibility of guys getting NIL money. The problem is that baseball at a lot of power programs is not funded in the same way that football and basketball are. Whereas in baseball, you see guys with partial scholarships. You see some guys that do have full ride scholarships, but not the entire roster is not full ride scholarships. The NIL money for baseball players is not the same as it is for basketball and football players. It just hasn't been. And there may be a couple of exceptions. I'm sure Paul Skeens made quite a bit of money at LSU. A couple other guys as well, but
they're the exception, not the rule.
Exactly. Most college baseball players are pretty anonymous on their campus. And I will also say that college baseball coaching staffs are not necessarily looking out for these players beyond their collegiate careers, because if I'm the head coach at LSU, if I'm the head coach at Miami or North Carolina, who's playing in the College World Series final, and Oklahoma, who's playing in the College World Series final, why do I care how the Mariners are going to develop this guy after they've been drafted? Mm-hmm. That's not my problem. My problem is winning a College World Series. My problem is, remaining employed here and winning as many games as possible.
Exactly. What do you?
I'm not going to develop.
Unsurprisingly, and I'm not saying that to single the 206 out, though, but I'm reading this text from the 206 because I'm sure there are people who have this opinion. They said too many kids get drafted out of high school and actually never sniff the majors. So adding on, they didn't say this, but while there are great players who get drafted out of high school and then hit free agency and make the most money they possibly can, there's a lot of players who don't and then miss out on a college education. They said the numbers show it's better for kids to go to college first. Griffey, Trout, those guys, they're extremely rare.
But why would you limit the rare guys? Why would you limit the potential Hall of Famers just because? I mean, most guys who get drafted, whether it be high school or college, never sniff the majors. It's not just a high school or college thing. Like, yeah, maybe the numbers are much more beneficial by small percentage points of guys going to college
or
first.
In terms of life.
Yeah, exactly. But it is so hard to get to the big leagues already. And if you're going to say, I know that you have a potential all-star caliber to yourself, but because you're not 20 years old yet, we're not going to draft you. Like, it's the same issues that the NBA has had for years and years and years, where they haven't allowed guys to go straight from high school to the pros in almost 2 decades now. And college basketball prior to the NIL era was steeply declining in popularity because, it was just full of guys that, didn't want to be there. And now with NIL, there's a few more guys sticking around and whatnot, but I just think this is going to hurt Major League Baseball's talent pool more than it will benefit it.
Time for the IRG injury report, brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Julio, with that hamstring injury, missed Thursday's game. He's listed as day-to-day. We'll see if he's out there today. Luke Raley's back wasn't bothering him Thursday, which is great news, but he was still out with flu-like symptoms. Also going to see if he's able to get back out there. And Josh Naylor, with that wrist issue, also dealing with a shin issue, was back in the Mariners lineup yesterday, went 1 for 4 with a run scored. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. Brady, are you ready to go head-to-head against Curtis for some Aussie trivia?
Oh, boy, I'm doing it. Okay.
We're all doing it.
I didn't know that I was playing.
You're ready now.
I guess
That's coming up next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Welcome to IRG Sports Injury Update. We're with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, and our guest, Dr. Jamie Antoine, orthopedic surgeon with Pro Ortho in Kirkland.
Dr. Antoine, welcome. Tell us about your ortho urgent care clinic that your group, Pro Ortho in Kirkland/Totem Lake, just started and put together.
Shannon, yeah, we're happy to kind of announce we've opened up an orthopedic walk-in clinic / urgent care on Saturdays. And so a great opportunity to give folks a chance to get in for injuries that figure can't wait till Monday. Maybe I don't need to go to the emergency room or just deal with a 3 to 4 hour wait at the emergency room and have a musculoskeletal problem like a sprain or strain or even a fracture or really any pain that's been going on. And happy to provide access to orthopedic specialty care after hours when folks may need that before Monday comes.
I think it's a fantastic idea, and there's a huge need. Tell us about the hours.
So far, we're doing a Saturday 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. As demand grows, we would anticipate being able to offer Sundays as well as we ramp things up.
I can just imagine the convenience, one, for the patient, but more importantly, just the logistics. If the patient comes in and they need to follow up orthopedic care, you're right there. You schedule it, you take care of it, and it's kind of one-stop shopping there, so to speak.
The nice thing is really, compared to an emergency room or an urgent care, having access to either an orthopedic surgeon or orthopedic-trained physician assistant right away as the first line of care, I think, is of great benefit to patients.
Excellent information. How would one get a hold of you?
Best way to get a hold of us on the day of need or evening before is our phone number at 425-823-4000. And can also go to the website at proortho.com for more information.
Dr. Anton, thank you for your time. That is proortho.com.
With over 40 neighborhood clinics around Washington, IRG has you covered. Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. Find the location nearest you at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as
Saving energy simplified. Snohomish PUD's Rebate Center is your one-stop hub for cash back on energy-efficient upgrades, from heat pump water heaters to all-in-one washer-dryer combos. Whether you're planning a project or already made an upgrade in the last 90 days, the Rebate Center helps you check eligibility, submit receipts, and track your rebate status all in one place. Visit snowpud.com/rebates.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance, because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar and never learn to play it, but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's, I guess it's Aussie. Oh, we don't want to say that. We don't want to say it.
That's not today.
We don't want to do that because it's Team USA today. But however, USA men's national team taking on Australia in, oh my God, less than 15 minutes now at Seattle Stadium, a.k.a. Lumen Field. Lots of people are already out there enjoying a beautiful sunny day in Seattle. I have, as a form of face-off, which we typically do ahead of Seahawks games, we're going to figure out some Australian slang. We're going Aussie slang for this one. I just thought that would be fun. So, Brady, don't worry. Yeah. I'm not going to quiz you.
This is a very even playing field, Brady.
I debated doing World Cup, but I thought, you know what's going to be a little more even footing for these two? Just where neither of you have any clue.
Yeah. So we're just going to disappoint Ryan Reynolds-Smith the entire time.
We've been doing that for years, Brady.
I know, but
get on board. So we have 10 words that we're going to be learning that are part of the Aussie lexicon. Some of you might have heard. Other ones might be a little confusing. So we're going to go back and forth, starting with Curtis.
Okay.
And take your time figuring these answers out, okay? Right. Don't be afraid to turn to the audience even. Because unlike the text line when we have like Seahawks trivia that they might be able to Google, no one knows. No, who can say? Okay, Curtis, what is Sheila? A shield. B, a woman. C, a car.
I think I know that. I think it's a woman.
It is a woman.
Yeah.
Sheila's a woman. See, some of these I thought you guys would know.
All right, yeah.
Okay. Point on the board for Curtis. Time to learn some Aussie slang for you, Brady.
All
What's Macca? A, McDonald's. B, makeup. C, short for America. Macca. Macca. McDonald's, makeup, short for America.
I'm assuming it's not America. I'm between McDonald's and makeup. I'm trying to think how much Australians like McDonald's. I'm going with McDonald's.
It's McDonald's.
Oh, there you go.
Got it, 1-1. Macca. We'll stop in at Macca. Curtis, what is Arvo?
Arvo?
A. I'm sure they say Arvo.
That's that luxury Airbnb, right?
No.
Oh, that's
it sound like
yeah.
I'm sure they say Arvo. A, aardvark. B, angry. C, afternoon. Arvo, aardvark, angry, afternoon.
Feeling kind of avo.
Avo.
I don't think it's aardvark. That just seems too obvious.
That's your mistake.
Afternoon or angry? I'm going to say afternoon.
Correct.
Wow.
I think with the accent, it sounds more like avo.
Avo.
So it's, we'll get a drink in the avo. Afternoon is what it's, I was going to say short for, but it's ARVO. So that's all. Aussie slang, Arvo, afternoon. This game's kicking off in the avo.
It is.
Okay.
Directly at the
Truly
exact
at the height
starting
of the
point.
avo.
Yeah.
Brady, your word is chook. What is a chook? Is it A, being scared, a.k.a. shook? B, a choke job, a.k.a. a blown save? C, a chicken. Your word is chook. What's chook?
Chook,
Isn't,
like C-H-U-K?
Isn't Chooky what they call Jose Ferrer?
C-H-O-O-K.
I'm pretty sure that's what his nickname is. Yeah.
C-H-O-O-K. Aussie slang, C-H-O-O-K, chook. It means you're scared, a.k.a. shook. It's a choke job, a.k.a. a blown save. Or it's a chicken.
Oh, this one could go either way. I'm going to go with a chicken.
Did you Google that?
No, I did not.
It's a chicken.
Oh, really? Let's go.
A chook.
We haven't missed yet.
Yeah.
And
perfect.
me
2
and
for
Curtis
2.
at this point, we are now Australian.
Curtis,
Here we go.
your word is dunny.
Dunny.
It means A, to finish something. B, to eat dinner when it's sunny. Or C, a toilet.
I'm going to. What was the first 2 options?
Dunny. Finish something. Eat dinner when it's sunny. Or is it a toilet?
I'm going to go toilet.
It's a toilet. I swear you guys know these words. You
Well,
guys
that
know
one
these
made
words.
the least sense, which then makes the most
A couple
sense.
people texting in say I might have an unfair advantage because I've
You
watched
watch a
every
lot
episode of Bluey.
Is
Yeah.
Bluey based in Australia? I didn't know that. Sometimes I leave
They're
it on
Australian
for...
healers.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I leave it on for Lukey when I leave sometimes, but I don't actually watch.
You know what's great is that the parents on the show, one is a TSA agent, and the other is they are an archaeologist because
They
one's a
sniff and then-
bomb-sniffing dog, and the other one looks for bones. Yeah.
Ah, Bluey. Brady, your word is kip. What's a kip? Is it a sweater, a nap, or a small child? A kip, a sweater, a nap, or a small child?
That's sweater, nap, small child.
What's a kip?
I'm gonna go with a sweater.
You're wrong.
Oh.
That would be a jumper. You idiot. It's a nap. Take a kip.
Jumper.
Yeah, you take a classic kip in the Arvo.
My brain is melting.
An Arvo kip. Afternoon nap. All right, Curtis taking the lead here. Let's see if you can run away with it. Curtis,
Okay.
your word is rug up. So tell us what rug up means. A, does to rug up mean bundling up because it's cold? Does it mean to buck up or toughen up? Or does it mean to pull up somewhere in your car? To rug up.
To rug up.
Bundle up because it's cold. Toughen up or pull up somewhere.
I want to say bundle up.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
To bundle up because it's cold. You're going to rug up.
Okay, Mr. Bluey.
Couple more
Look,
here.
I'm shocked. I'm just as shocked as you
Brady,
are that I
I
haven't
think you
missed
can
yet.
get back in this. Your next word, I believe in you right here. Your word is PowerPoint. You know what a PowerPoint is?
Okay. If it's
A.
going to be so far away from what I think it
A,
is.
Microsoft Office is PowerPoint. B,
What you should probably, yeah,
B,
right? That's got to be
a
what it
light
means.
bulb. Or C, an outlet. A PowerPoint.
Is there technically 2 right answers to this?
No.
So it's Australian slang.
Australian slang. The
Okay,
word
well,
is
a slang
PowerPoint.
word would not be the exact word of
Or would it?
Microsoft's PowerPoint.
Maybe they have no Aussie word for PowerPoint.
It's PowerPoint. No, but what's the other 2 options?
Your 3 options
3 options.
are
That's the other 2.
Microsoft Office's PowerPoint.
Uh-huh.
B, a light bulb.
Uh-huh.
C, an outlet, like an electrical outlet.
It's got to be an outlet.
Okay, see, you're right back in it,
There you
Brady.
go.
It's like, there's no way it's actually going to be Microsoft's PowerPoint.
Yeah, plug it into that PowerPoint over there. Curtis,
This is my last one.
this is your
right?
last one.
Get it wrong.
If I get it right, I win.
Your
Don't think about
word
that.
is sanger. Sanger. It is A, past tense for a singer. I thought that was funny.
That's good.
B, a great joke, or C, a sandwich.
Sanger.
A sanger. Past tense for a singer, a great joke, a sandwich.
A great joke.
No.
Ah!
A sandwich. Like zinger. It's a sandwich. A sanger. What you do is you take a kip and then you get up and you grab a sanger in the arvo.
Yeah, at Macca's.
Last one here to tie it up, Brady.
Oh, boy.
I don't have a tiebreaker. This is just to end in a draw, but it's fitting for the World Cup.
All right.
Your word is mozzie.
Mozzie.
What's a mozzie? A, a beer. B, a mosquito. C, a cookie. Mozzie. A beer, a mosquito, a cookie.
Beer, mosquito, or cookie.
Mozzie. Your word is mozzie.
I was like, there's an obvious one I'm thinking, but I'm going to go away from it. I'm going to say it's a cookie.
Okay, you had a chance to slam dunk. The answer is mosquito.
That was the obvious one I was going to go with. But then
Mozzies are mosquitoes.
I outthought myself. It sucks.
National anthem's underway. Australia against the U.S. men's national team. Kicking off in less than 5 minutes now. Let's go around the diamond. The Mariners start a 3-game series tonight against the Red Sox. Pre-game at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:10 p.m. on Seattle Sports. That's Around the Diamond, brought to you by Klein Jewelers Edmonds. ESPN's Bill Barnwell up next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe to seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Hi, Andy Klein here. There's something special about a baseball game. The moments and the memories. At Klein Jewelers, that's exactly how we feel about our diamonds. They're a beautiful reminder of life's biggest moments. We're here to help you find the perfect diamond or beautiful piece of jewelry to celebrate your engagement, anniversary, birthday, promotion, or just because. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Shine with Klein.
Give something that matters this Father's Day. Time. At LeMay, America's Car Museum, you'll share stories, laughter, and interest in something new. All ages will find enjoyment from the most advanced racing simulators in the world to children's activities and grab lunch at Cafe El Coreano. It's more than a visit. It's a lifelong memory for dads and kids of every age. It's the gift you'll never forget. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org. That's americascarmuseum.org.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
TimberTech Vintage Collection Decking. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected. This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Seattle to 67283. AlertSeattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month, no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The U.S. men's national team takes on Australia in 2 hours at Lumen Field, a.k.a. Seattle Stadium. For today, we'll give you updates during the show. Later tonight, the Mariners open up a series at T-Mobile against the Boston Red Sox. It's Piggy Back Part 2, though with the same 2 starters, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo sharing duties against Boston lefty Ranger Suarez. First pitch at 7:10 p.m., pregame show at 6 p.m. on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Joined now by ESPN's Bill Barnwell talking Seahawks, and we'll take a look around the NFL as well. But obviously, Bill, I got to start with Seattle. The defending Super Bowl champions are feeling disrespected, and I'm not just saying that. We've talked with quite a few players. Julian Love said that he was watching the draft, and when Ty Simpson was taken, one of the analysts said, he goes to arguably the best team in the NFL from last year. And Julian kind of sits up like, what? We talked with Jaron Reed, who said he was hearing the disrespect. And, he's like, I'm not going to lie. It kind of irritates me. It makes me a little upset. And normally kind of Super Bowl winning teams have to kind of artificially generate a lot of that. And yet they're doing it because they have the Rams, a fantastic team that had a fantastic offseason. So I'm going to start by asking you about that disrespect, whether you think that it's something that is just kind of, hey, you got to figure out a chip on your shoulder somewhere, or if you think there is real disrespect being lobbed Seattle's way.
Ooh. I have to say, I've never heard a team or set of players, even after winning the Super Bowl, say, you know what? We are properly respected right now. We are getting the respect we deserve. Everyone is giving us exactly the attention we need. But you know what? I understand where they're coming from, because I do think there is an element of maybe like a prove it kind of thing that I don't think other Super Bowl teams have had to do. And I think part of that Sam Darnold, part of that is just that the expectations were not that this was going to be a Super Bowl team. I think it would have been the same thing, frankly, had it been the Patriots winning as opposed to the Seahawks. Just this idea of like, heading into a season, there were a half dozen, maybe 6 to 8 teams where I don't think anybody would have been shocked if those teams at the Super Bowl. Seahawks, Patriots, outside of maybe the fans in Boston and the fans in Seattle, was not exactly on anyone's radar. And so I do think that's the element of it, where it's like people see a team like the Rams where they already expected them to be a Super Bowl contender. Obviously, the Seahawks and Rams series, that classic trio, very close. I mean, that could have gone, any of those games could have gone either way in the big picture. So I don't think it's crazy to say this Rams and Seahawks are pretty close. And look at the Rams did this offseason, obviously major upgrades. Myles Garrett, Trent McDuffie, where the Seahawks did not make those major upgrades for different reasons. I don't think it's crazy to think that from either side. I think it's not crazy to think the Rams are the best team in football because of the upgrades they made. And I don't think it's crazy for Seahawks fans to say, hey, we beat them 2 out of 3. We won the Super Bowl in a dominant fashion against a really good Patriots team. We should be regarded as the best team in football until somebody beats us. So I do see both sides of this argument, but I'm just hoping one day one team gets the appropriate level of respect for what they accomplish.
One can hope. We will keep our eyes and ears open and peeled for the proper amount of respect. We don't know exactly what that looks like, but it'll happen one day, I think, Bill. Bill,
they'll have to close the league. So listen, we found the best team ever. We're just the Super Bowl is canceled.
Exactly.
The permanent champion.
I love it. I love it. You mentioned the upgrades that the Rams have made this offseason. They've all been talked about at length by everybody. But the one that everybody still is kind of scratching their heads on is the Ty Simpson pick. And you look at the moves that the Rams have made this offseason have all kind of been geared towards this Super Bowl run. It might be Matthew Stafford's last season. We don't know what Sean McVay's coaching future is going to look like. But Ty Simpson picked at number 13 when you had all sorts of talent still on the board. What do you make of it now after having seen the Rams go all in with the Myles Garrett trade?
It almost feels like they went in reverse order of what you would typically think a team would do, because obviously when they're sitting there in the 2026 draft in the middle of the first round, you would think, hey, let's get a piece for right now. But it was almost like because they traded for Ty Simpson, because they drafted Ty Simpson, it was sort of like, well, we don't need a 27 first-round pick anymore because we have our quarterback. Like, if they had done it the opposite way, where they traded that pick for Garrett and then drafted a quarterback next year, I think it would be a lot more, logical. But I don't think in the big picture it really makes that big of a difference in terms of the order of operations. I felt like once they traded that pick for Garrett, it sort of made the quarterback decision a little easier for me to understand. And at the end of the day, we're talking about a team that kind of operates in their own space, for better or worse. They've made some really smart moves. They've made some moves that haven't worked out quite as well. But I do think there's this sort of thing about the Rams where people want to like every move they make because Sean McVay and Les Snead have been very successful. They're obviously very good at this. I think it's easier to talk yourself into a move with the Rams maybe it is for other organizations. And so I think we just have to wait and see. I know it's unsatisfying, but I do think, Ty Simpson is a guy who, frankly, a lot of teams don't have as a first-round pick, or certainly not high in the first round. And so the Rams are sort of on an island about this. And in the big picture, it could be something that sets them back, even if they did go out and get Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie and all these great players. I think there's going to be a real sort of conflict for them in sort of figuring out if Ty Simpson is the guy, and they're going to have to wait a year or two to actually get some evidence to see whether that's the case.
Sometimes when people talk about, what the Seahawks are going to struggle with, I feel like they might be focusing on the wrong thing. And obviously we'll see. There's no right answer yet. The season hasn't gone underway. But I see a lot of people go, oh, they lost Reek Woolen and, they lose Kobe Bryant. And that's big, obviously. But to me, and what we've been talking about a ton locally, is having basically a bunch of question marks at running back and a brand new play caller who's never been a play caller before. I'm like, why aren't people talking about this? This is, to me, something worrisome. This is, to me, something that makes me nervous. So tell me about some of the challenges when you have a team, especially in this division, that has a first-time offensive coordinator and the kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say uphill battle. You're a Super Bowl winning team, but, what it's like for a new play caller.
Yeah, a new play caller. And on top of that, by the way, the prior play caller was so successful that he earned a head coaching job somewhere else. Right. It's not like, he got fired because he wasn't good at his job. And I just look towards the Eagles, where I have seen that team go through an iteration every year of either we have a coordinator who's so good that he gets a head coaching job, or we have a coordinator who's so bad that he gets fired. And if I'd been sitting here having a conversation with Philadelphia radio a year ago, it would have been about, hey, we have all these pieces. We're great on offense. No reason to think our offense is going to take a major step backwards, but that's exactly what happened with that Eagles team. The offensive line was banged up. And the coordinator didn't have the same answers the prior coordinator did. And even though there were still these Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber players, the offense struggled. And so I do think if there's a scenario where the Seahawks offense does take a step backwards this year, it's going to be because, maybe Abe Lucas, who was healthy last year and who has had a history of maybe not being 100%, if he misses some time, they don't have the offensive line depth, if Josh Jones isn't available, if the backups there struggle, which we've seen, of course, in years past with the Seahawks offensive line. And then if there's a coordinator who doesn't necessarily have all the answers, if the offense doesn't have something they can rely upon the way they could with their boot game last year, with their play action game last year, that was always kind of the thing they could fall back on. If the running game wasn't working well, if Sam was struggling a bit, they could always get the play action game, always get the boot game going. That just gave them something to kind of say, okay, we can always count on this being a meaningful thing. And so I do think they're going to have to find that thing that works for them, and they're going to have, a healthy team. And that's something that we never think about after a Super Bowl. We never think, oh, that's what led to this. But invariably, being healthy or relatively healthy compared to the opposition goes such a long way.
Yeah.
Bill, one of the more interesting storylines in minicamp is the Baker Mayfield situation in Tampa Bay, him wanting a new contract and them kind of playing chicken right now in the negotiations. Here in Seattle, Sam Darnold it will be eligible for they could negotiate whenever with him, but John Schneider's kind of made it known, like, we're not negotiating right now. Like, he's under contract for the next couple of years. How close should we be paying attention to the Baker Mayfield dollar figure when that deal gets signed, whether it be in Tampa or elsewhere, for a potential Sam Darnold contract?
It should matter. I think that tier of sort of veteran quarterbacks who have maybe been disappointing elsewhere, but who've proven, hey, in the right spot with the right people around me, I can thrive. And obviously Baker's been very good. Sam, of course, just won a Super Bowl. We know how good he can be. And he was one of the best quarterbacks in football the first half of last season. So I think if you're Sam Darnold's agent, you're looking at that negotiation very closely and saying, hey, if Baker gets, let's say, 50, gosh, Sam Darnold's won a Super Bowl. He's a higher profile quarterback. He has a better arm. He's been more consistent as a starter over the past couple of years than Baker has over the course of his career. You'd make a case, hey, 52, 55 should be the number for Sam Darnold, especially if now he's at the top of the market rise with Mahomes going to 62. You'd assume Lamar Jackson's going to get to 65, 66. Well, he's not going to get top of the market money, but $10 million off that, $15 million off that doesn't seem crazy to me. So at the end of the day, I don't think the Seahawks are naive to that reality. Like, this is a good problem to have if you have a quarterback who, has played well enough to deserve a raise, even as a veteran quarterback. But I do think there's a reality of, like, we saw it this offseason. You can only sign so many guys. You can't keep everyone as much as you might want to. And so I do think there's going to be kind of a difficult problem for them. Of just, what's the right number for Sam Darnold? And, I would imagine they're not willing to step away from him after what he did last year, assuming he plays pretty close to that this season. But when you have a quarterback like that, you have to make cutbacks elsewhere. It's not good or bad. It's just the reality of football.
I have two questions for the 49ers that sound kind of unrelated, but I want to group them together anyways, because I need to know what you think about both. The first is just, look, we spend so much time here in Seattle talking about LA for very understandable reasons, but the 49ers are still very much here, and I want to know what you think about the pressure and expectations that they, and specifically Kyle Shanahan, are facing this year. I also want to add on, just like, can you clarify what's happening with Brandon Ayuk? I don't understand this situation. Please help.
I don't know if the Niners understand the situation with Brandon Ayuk at this point.
This is validating.
Okay, so let's talk about the Niners as a team first. Obviously, I think the stakes are really high for them just because of how old they are. This is a team, and they do have some young talent. Upton Stout was really good last year. They do have some pieces on both sides of the ball, but so many of their core players, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, closer to the end of their careers than the beginning. And so there's such pressure there to kind of fill in the gaps around that roster. They've missed so many picks because of the Christian McCaffrey trade and, of course, the Trey Lance trade. 3 first-round picks going out for Lance, a bunch for McCaffrey. They have to know their draft every year. There's just no other way to make this work. And so I do think there's a lot of pressure just to be like, hey, this is our window. Like, the Seahawks, in a couple of years, they're still going to be really good. There's still a lot of young talent here. As guys get more expensive, it's going to be tougher. But, Byron Murphy, for example, a really good player now, might be even better 2 years from now as he enters his peak. The Niners don't really have that many players in that vein. And so I think there's a ton of pressure to win right now because we know the Rams are going to be good for a long time. The Seahawks are going to be good for a long time. The Niners don't have that same kind of young core. So there's a lot of pressure. They're changing coordinators. Robert Saleh left. Raheem Morris, who I think is very good, but Robert Saleh is also really good. Kind of his defensive coordinator. And the Ayuk situation, so fascinating. So basically the Niners have voided his guarantees. They are not on the hook for anything until week 1. So as long as he's off the roster by week 1, they can basically remove the salary. And I think everyone assumes they're going to cut him. But whether the Niners are hoping for another team to offer them some kind of draft capital to trade for Ayuk, or more realistically, they're spiting him because he's been outwardly antagonistic towards the organization and wants to get the cut. You could argue it's going to be a little bit of both, but at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like it's helping anybody. Ayuk's going to have to wait for a while before he can sign anywhere, and the Niners just sort of sitting here with this sort of hold on their roster. Their fans saying, hey, do we need another wide receiver? Is Ayuk even going to be here? It doesn't feel like it's really benefiting anyone besides, sort of just the pettiness of maybe the organization involved.
Bill, we have gone back and forth all offseason long looking at the Seahawks and Rams and just kind of crowning them as, potential NFC champions for the 2026 season. But is there another team or two in the NFC you look at that say, hey, on their best day, they can give the Seahawks and Rams a good fight?
Oh, yeah, Packers. Easy to me to say the Green Bay Packers, youngest team in football each of the last couple of seasons. Jordan Love has been number 1 in the NFL in QBR over the prior 2.5 years. Micah Parsons, obviously a superstar player when he's healthy. The injury is just the reality of this team. We saw Love get hurt at the end of last year. The defense didn't recover after Parsons got hurt. But that's a team where they can run the ball. They are a really effective and impactful passing attack. I think their coaches are really good. They obviously have, an incredible playmaker to build around on defense. A bunch of young players who I also think are underappreciated. Edgerrin Cooper comes to mind as like a all-pro caliber linebacker. And that's a team that drafts well. They consistently have guys in the building who, are difference makers. And so I don't think it's hard to imagine a scenario where if that team is healthy heading into December and January, they could be a really hard out for people. And obviously, Seattle has some of the best home field advantage in all football. Nobody wants to play in Green Bay in January if they don't have to. So I think the Packers are the team that comes to mind for me. Is like, if there's one team that gets in the face of the Seahawks and Rams by the end of the year, I pick the Packers. But it also at the same time, who knows if those guys are even going to be healthy by the time they get to January.
My last question for you, Bill, has admittedly nothing to do with Seattle, but we've been talking about it, as has every other sports station in the country all week. You can guess where it's going. It's Brennan Sorsby. I know that you chatted with Nate Tice about it a little bit. So I think what Curtis and I were interested in when it comes to this, we talked about it a bit yesterday, is whether or not there's an NFL team that you think would, and I don't mean like a specific team, I just mean, do you think that there's a very real chance that a team goes, you know what, yes, we're very intrigued by what this guy can bring us, and we're actually going to take a chance?
Oh, I'd be surprised if there wasn't a team. Frankly, if there wasn't multiple teams who placed bids in the supplemental draft process for Sorsby. I know that there's the concerns about gambling, and obviously, we've seen teams be reticent to maybe go after players in the past, but quarterbacks are a really hard thing to come by, and teams, if they think they can get, a quarterback for much less than what it might cost during the draft or free agency, they're going to take that swing. This is not going to be a contract where you're going to be stuck with, a Deshaun Watson deal where there's going to be tens of millions of dollars here given away every year. It's going to be very low risk for teams. And so I don't think it's going to be a first round pick or a second round pick, but I do think you're going to see teams talk about the third round or the fourth round or the fifth round where they say, hey, we'll place a bid. It's a blind auction basically. So if our pick doesn't get picked, okay, we'll survive. But if we get a guy we think potentially could be a starting quarterback on the NFL level, and it costs us a fourth round pick or a fifth round pick, and we just have to maybe pay lip service to the idea that gambling is bad, which I'm sure teams are willing to do, I think that's a trade a lot of teams are going to make. So I do think you're going to see not only teams without quarterbacks, like the Jets, for example, or, the Browns, where we try to take a shot, but also I think teams with veteran quarterbacks, like the Eagles or the Steelers, who say, hey, we don't have our guy for 5 years from now. Let's see if we can get this guy in the building. It's not going to cost us very much. He's going to be the backup. Give him time to develop, see what he's like as a person. And if it works out great for us, we're in good shape. So I'd be surprised, frankly, if he made it to the supplemental draft and there was nobody available. I'd expect multiple bids, like I said, probably starting in that third, fourth, fifth round range.
The latest episode of the Bill Barnwell Show is up on YouTube. It's a conversation. Speaking of Nate Tice, he joins, that you guys are going to love. Were things actually better in the old days? We talk about it endlessly, so I know listeners are going to love watching that one. He is ESPN's Bill Barnwell. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, guys.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Headline rewrites.
Must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bumping Stacy.
Headline number 1, Brian Wu went 7 shutty on Thursday to help the Mariners blank the Orioles 3-0. What's the real headline?
More like the Mariners blank them 3-0s.
Because they're the Orioles.
They're the Orioles.
Right.
Let's talk about this one because I think that the primary complaint people had, and actually I think that we're going to get to one of them about the lineup coming up in 15 minutes. But the primary complaint I saw was, oh my God, the first inning was fun. It was great. It was fantastic. You put up 3 runs and then nothing. I think you can still be very happy with a win. But Curtis, what about you?
I'll take the win. I'll take the series win, especially against a team like the Orioles that have given you a little bit of trouble. They split that 4-game series last week in Baltimore when it looked like the Mariners should have taken at least 3 or 4, just based off of the talents of both rosters. But all in all, a good series win. Yes, the offense only managed to score 9 runs over the 3 games, so you're hoping to get a little bit more out of that. But also, you look at the names that have been out of the lineup, I don't think you can expect what the lineup has been over the last 3 games to put up 10 runs, to put up 8 runs. Like, you just got to play these low-scoring games for now with Julio out, with Randy out, with Naylor banged up, with Luke Raley out. Once you get those guys back, then I think you can anticipate the offense getting better. Just tip of the cap to Brian Wu yesterday for that outing. I mean, that was fantastic. Would love to see that a little more consistently out of him. That's been kind of trouble.
Would you say he had a red-hot crack?
Did have a red-hot crack. He absolutely did yesterday.
We learned that from Ryan yesterday.
We did. Also good to see Andres Munoz kind of battle through some control struggles in that 9th inning, able to get the game's final 3 outs. We know that, like, when things don't go perfect for him, he kind of struggles. It didn't go perfect for him yesterday, but he was able to bear down and pick up the save yesterday.
I saw a couple people complaining, look, you have 2 base runners. I get it. You're going, oh my God, are you going to allow this game to be tied, and then go into extras? And I get the frustration, but still got the save. You know what I mean? I get it, but I think there's only so much complaining you can actually do when your team does, in fact, win, especially if you shut out the opponent.
Right. I mean, it wasn't clean in the 9th.
It wasn't the most beautiful game you've ever seen.
Job was taken care of.
I fear you did not allow a single run from this team.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's a great recipe for winning.
What's next?
Not allowing a run.
Not allowing a single one.
Headline rewrites.
Well, many have said that.
A lot of people don't know that, but you do need at least one run to win a game.
You heard it here first, folks. Headline number 2, former Kraken's GM Ron Francis has been hired as a special advisor by the Pittsburgh Penguins. What's the real headline?
It was funny. We got some insight here. His first message to Pittsburgh's front office was reportedly how acquiring stars is actually a bad thing.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
You want to build your roster out of kind of middling talent for about 5 years.
Yeah, it really is a blue-collar approach.
Yeah, just get a bunch of average guys together.
Yeah, and then you win based on lessons about friendship.
That's right. I've never met. Well, I actually never met Ron Francis. I've never watched a sports executive be so risk averse. That man did not want to challenge himself in any way.
Yes, I couldn't tell if what made it so murky and muddy, because obviously he had an incredibly successful playing career, clearly. But what made it so tough was wondering whether part of that was a direction for a new franchise that was looking at the novelty of being a brand new franchise, that part of what they might have been concerned about in hiring Hackstall and taking a conservative approach when they started was just, hey, we don't have to feel pressure to win a Stanley Cup right now. Obviously, it's our goal, but let's focus on drafting and building from the ground up and on getting a guy who can focus on culture. Oh, look, he was so successful at the collegiate level. Let's take that kind of approach. The problem is you never grew on that. You didn't actually build that foundation. It's not like you built up some fantastic culture and that those guys that you ended up trying to draft developed. Like, where is Shane Wright? I'm not trying to be an expert about the development of NHL prospects, but Matty Beniers had, I was going to say, looked incredibly promising and then didn't continue to build on that.
It's a really frustrating thing watching the Golden Knights go to their third Stanley Cup final in only 9 seasons of existence.
Different approach to the expansion draft, though.
I mean, if Seattle had come first,
More
they would be further
moves.
along
Sure.
because there just wasn't the firsthand knowledge of how this expansion draft could have benefited Seattle. But I think ultimately, like, the Kraken feel further away now from contention than they did when they first started out.
I absolutely agree. And I don't know if suddenly we're looking at Botterill going like, hey, what are you going to do about it? But I think that the novelty has long since worn off. I think it has been
It's not a cute story anymore.
Not anymore. No longer do you just get a charge $60 for a hard seltzer because a bunch of people from Amazon are coming to check out their game to have a good time. You now have people with real expectations, and you need to meet them.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, it's cut down day at the U.S. Open. What's the real headline?
Maybe we see Bump on Monday after all.
Maybe.
He was going to be gone all week with this golf trip, but he might not make it.
A 77 would have put him...
Oh, yeah. What place?
Yesterday, it would have put him tied for 112.
That's not bad.
He would have beaten quite a few people, about 20 guys he would have beaten yesterday. Nice. But right now, Wyndham Clark is currently your leader at -7. He shot a first round of 64 yesterday, which is pretty unheard of at the U.S. Open. That is historically a tournament where if you're right around par, you've got a good chance of winning that thing. But you got Matt Fitzpatrick at -3. Let's see here. Colin Morikawa -2. Xander Schauffele. So, Wyndham Clark right now kind of running away with things.
You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Taking a look around the NFL next. Don't go anywhere.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply. All Covered Painting works with Seattle homeowners who care about details. They listen to your vision and help bring it to life. Book All Covered Painting for your summer project and ask about a complimentary color consultation with an interior designer. allcoveredpainting.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Stacy here for ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. ARC boats are easy to operate with significantly less maintenance and service. Book a demo just like I did. They'll pick you up if you can't make it to Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. That's arcboats.com/demo.
It's the Diablo Performance Event at Par Lumber. For a limited time, get 20% off all Diablo tool products, including saw blades, drill bits, and hole saws, built for cleaner cuts, longer life, and top performance. Don't miss out. Stock up and save big on the brand that outperforms the rest. Now through June 20th, get 20% off all Diablo tool products at your local Par Lumber. Visit par.com for more details.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Pests and poor installation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated installation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit eastsideexterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. And once again, we have 2 convenient locations to purchase your doors from. Our main showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline, and our Marysville store with warehouses full of factory seconds and closeouts. Whether you would like something brand new or have a little more time than money and wouldn't mind putting a little work into a factory second, we may just have what you're looking for. For all of your door needs, please visit us on 15th Avenue Northeast in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville and online at franklumber.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Before we get to today's American football stories, let's talk about some very relevant football from today.
Now, we don't have the English rights.
Important to note, FIFA, unfortunately, is keeping us from succeeding.
But they didn't say anything about the Spanish rights.
Didn't.
Team USA on the board first.
Pelota para Balogan. Tirado al costado, buena con Pepe por el medio. Mano, mano, mano. Pepe, 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 gol.
There's still 17 seconds.
This guy's got some pipes on him.
It's better this way.
Sounds like a plane coming into land.
Take that, FIFA.
Yeah.
We'll play these goals if we want to. We're going to find a
1-0
loophole.
USA. 32 minutes in. It was an own goal. Bounced off the foot of an Australian player.
I've never wanted anything more outside of, obviously, USA winning than for them to get more goals so that we can continue to play
more
the Spanish
Telemundo
call
calls.
because we can't get the FIFA call. Oh, man. That's a great loophole, Curtis.
Yeah.
Glad you found that. Heck yeah.
It's a better call, honestly.
It's a way better call.
Yeah.
Okay. Brady, you know what to do. You know what to do if
Actually, I do have the Telemundo feed up on one of the computers in there.
Yeah.
Brady, so
and you know what? And you know what? We're not done today. And we're not done today.
How much of a delay is it on? That's all I need
Let's
to
get
know.
to some American football here. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys leading off NFL headlines. They're holding minicamp this week. Dak says making the playoffs is the bare minimum expectation for Dallas in 2026.
Yeah, you miss it 2 years. Yeah, it sucks. Definitely, but we're pushing, and yeah, that's our goal. That's a minimum. When you have a team like this and they've done everything they have in the offseason, we just said, obviously we got to push and get better on offense, but when we know we're already improving on defense, yeah, that's the minimum. It's everybody's goal in here. You know, to hear like Q say like he's never been to the playoffs, right? Like that's what you want to do it for, and that's where, you know, that's what I told him. I said, I'll get you the playoffs. I'm gonna need you to go help us win it.
Odds makers have Dallas at 10.5 wins this year. Feel right to you, Curtis?
I think Dallas is going to be an improved team this season. Yeah, I think they are going to be in the playoff hunt. I don't think they're going to be around 500. I think, yeah, about 10 wins is a good number for them. They just got to stay healthy. I think that was a big thing last year. They had a lot of injuries. Their defense has improved. What they have
started improving late last year, actually. The addition of Quinn and Williams actually under the radar and helped a ton against the run.
They got Downs in the draft, right? The safety, Caleb Downs from Ohio State, which was seen as one of the biggest steals on draft night. Yeah, I think Dallas is a team definitely worth paying attention to in the NFC West. Although it's not like we have to go out of our way to pay attention to the Cowboys. Attention from them is just kind of forced on all of us.
That's true. It's kind of like how I hadn't realized there'd been such a long drought since there was a championship in New York City. Because you hear about every New York team
all the time. Forever, yeah.
But congratulations to the Knicks, first one since 2011. That's exactly right, Curtis. That's how Dallas is you're going to hear about them no matter what. If they get 3 wins, if they get 11 wins, you're going to hear either way. Let's go to another NFC team. We're going to take a look at the North here. Where do things stand between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota's quarterback battle? ESPN's Jeremy Fowler shares his insight there.
The Vikings and head coach Kevin O'Connor are going into this battle with an open mind. They have tried their best to simulate this 50-50. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy were going back and forth, first team, second team in the spring. But the way the Vikings see it is, hey, we weren't in pads. There wasn't a lot of hitting or contact. Let's get to camp, see how this goes, and whether he lets that competition go into the preseason games will be based on feel. Most people around the league I've spoken to do believe that at the end of the day, Kyler Murray will win this job. Keep in mind with J.J. McCarthy, though, the Vikings asked him to fix some things, including his ability to layer the ball, throw at different speeds. I'm told he's addressed that in a major way, and it has shown.
Maybe the quarterback competition is closer than we think, Curtis.
Sure, because of McCarthy, the investment that they've made in him. He's a former first-round pick. This is year 3 for him. You don't ever want to flush a first-round pick, especially one as high as McCarthy was. I think he was definitely in the top half of the first round that year. I think it was around like 10th or 12th or something like that.
I think, was he before?
I think Penix went before McCarthy. And so Penix was 9th overall.
So maybe McCarthy's 12?
Something like that.
Or
but I mean,
12?
a top 12 pick, you don't ever want to miss out on that. And he's given you below average quarterback play in one of the 2 seasons he's already been on your roster. Obviously, getting hurt the first year, not a whole lot you could do about that, but you know, having a year under your belt in the NFL, even from that standpoint, should be beneficial for a young quarterback, and it turns out it wasn't all that beneficial. And I mean, there were already questions about McCarthy coming to the NFL anyway. I mean, especially the system that he ran at Michigan. So I think Kyler Murray will probably be the day 1 starter in Minnesota, but Minnesota's going to have to see what they have in McCarthy before moving on.
How about this one? Sports Illustrated listed Kyler Murray as one of 3 breakout fantasy football candidates this season. Also mentioned Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. Now, which of those 3, Kyler Murray, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, feels likeliest to actually have a breakout season?
Probably Kyler Murray, because he's thrown to Justin Jefferson. He's thrown to Jordan Addison.
I was going to say Dart.
Really?
Yeah.
The one thing about Dart that I am worried about is Malik Neighbors' health.
For sure.
Because he was still limping around about a month ago at that charity softball game. If Malik Neighbors is back healthy early in the season, then I think Dart can have a really good year under John Harbaugh. But I think Kyler Murray, I think he's somebody that is primed for a bounce back.
Our next story is something you'd think you'd be able to answer by Googling, but it's not, and that's why it's a story. How old is Sauce Gardner? Now, if you look it up to this day, you're probably still going to see 25 because as recently as earlier this week, it was still listed as August 31st, 2000 on Wikipedia, on ESPN, on NFL, on a number of other websites. However, Sauce is actually 24. Latest feature from The Athletic is an interview between James Boyd and Sauce Gardner in which Sauce Gardner insists that he's 24, has proof that he's 24, and he even says, quote, you can ask my mom, including his license.
She would never lie.
He is, in fact, born August 31st, 2001. And so James has this really cool feature where he goes, well, where did this mix-up start? And I love features like this because it's just fun. It's lighthearted. It's looking at how the heck the entire football world. I mean, it was in an official NFL facts and info packet for 2025 season. How did the entire NFL world somehow get Sauce Gardner's? He's a star.
Yeah, he's a well-known player in the NFL.
He is a superstar. But we all thought he was a year older than he really is.
Also, why did it take him to, year 5 to speak up about this?
So Cincinnati says that they didn't have it like this. He mentioned in the feature just noticing this only the other day because apparently, his teams have always had it right. He's never had any kind of issue. It was never an issue at Cincinnati. They say that they had the right age. And so I think it just happened at some point during the scouting process where, somewhere along the way, a scout had it as 2000. Now, they didn't identify this as the issue. They didn't actually pinpoint where it started, but it seems like maybe that's where it got muddy, where one person somewhere had it as 2000 instead of 2001, and then other scouts, and then later ESPN, and then an NFL info sheet just ran with it. So no, if anyone's wondering, Sauce Gardner is not 25.
So in a couple months, happy 25th birthday again, Sauce Gardner.
You know what? It's rare that you turn 25 twice.
A lot of people try to turn 25 a couple of times when you ask them their real age.
I've been 25 a few times.
Yeah. Sauce Gardner legitimately will have been 25 twice.
So happy second 25th later this summer to Sauce Gardner.
You did it,
We're happy for you, buddy. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. USA up 1-0 over Australia. And coming up next, why Seahawks fans should be paying attention to a story coming out of Tampa Bay.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month, no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. we got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Give something that matters this Father's Day. Time together at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Share stories, laughter, racing simulators, kids' activities, and lunch at the new cafe. It's more than a visit. It's memories. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
What does baseball and Klein Jewelers have in common? Diamonds, of course. Hi, Andy Klein here. Sure, we love baseball, but we love diamonds even more. Why? Because our diamonds sparkle and last longer than 9 innings. Every diamond is hand-selected for maximum brilliance, quality, and value. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds also has a big selection of engagement rings, wedding bands, diamond and gemstone fashion jewelry, and one-of-a-kind custom designs. Swing for the fences and shine with Klein.
Taking the time to understand who you're working with, so that way you can understand, am I putting them in the best situation to be successful based on either their skill set or what they've gone through in their personal life. But you got to take the time to know your coworkers, your teammates, all that kind of stuff like that between the lines, because then otherwise it's not relationship based. And so that's a priority for us as far as making sure that we get to know each other between the lines. And then through that, right, you go shared experiences, and then two, now you're in the trenches together, and then you build the camaraderie, and then you got the trust and everything else that comes with that type of thing. That's really what, Brett and myself are trying to, articulate and communicate with the people that we work with, that, hey, yes, we have a job to do and we do have to perform to make sure that this business is sustainable. But the foundational piece is the relationship.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best. Why Seattle and Seattle sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You don't have to be a great golfer to get a handicap. You don't have to play every weekend. And you definitely don't have to be super competitive. A golf handicap index is for any golfer. Michael Bump is here. In fact, it only takes 3 18-hole rounds to get started. So whether you play to compete, improve, or just have more fun with your golf buddies, a handicap makes the game fair and more interesting. Getting one is easy. Sign up, post 3 rounds, and you're set. Learn more at wagolf.org/710. That's wagolf.org/710.
Are you looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, ranging from the low 500s to the high 1 millions, D.R. Horton has the right home at the best value for you. Your new home is within reach, so what are you waiting for? Learn more about the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. Visit drhorton.com and schedule a tour today. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder. When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected. This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Seattle to 67283. AlertSeattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
Georgetown License reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know, it's been a pretty sweet Friday. Being able to watch USA go up now 2-0. 2-0 over the Aussies.
That was Antonio Freeman's son, Alex Freeman, with the goal there. Antonio Freeman, former Packers receiver, all those years ago, 2-0.
And we are, of course, as Curtis explained, FIFA is very strict with their rights.
We're not the English rights holder. Sorry.
Look,
folks.
if we were maybe just on YouTube or whatever, maybe, they might come after us then. But we have rules in radio. And thankfully, Curtis found us a loophole.
It's called Telemundo.
Is we're playing the Telemundo calls.
So Brady's working on grabbing that.
He's working away, and the second he gets it, of course we're going to play it.
Yeah.
Of course we are. Still to come in our final hour, what I need to know. Questions top of mind. Get those sent in. 866-979-3776. Sports, non-sports, does not matter. Get those questions sent in for what I need to know. Again, it's 866-979-3776. Brady, how are we with the Telemundo call?
Working on it.
Oh, God. I was just so ready to hear it. We are previewing Mariners-Red Sox coming up in a little under an hour. Want to see, need to see, and Curtis is going to tell us what to expect with this pitching matchup. Not just Piggy Back 2.0, but the lefties we're going to see Boston roll out in this series. A trio of lefties. I think they've tapped into something here. I think Boston might have figured something out. Let's hope Seattle makes them pay, much like they did the A's. Before we get to any of that, though, we got to talk about something we learned from Bill Barnwell of ESPN. Curtis, he was on with us earlier today, and you had a great question for him, which is saying, hey, out in Tampa Bay, there's a quarterback and a team we aren't paying close attention to right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But they've got some financial stuff going. Oh, I'm sorry, Brady. You've got the goal here.
We got a Telemundo goal.
After factual review, the goal scorer was not in offside position.
Let's go.
Gosh.
Again, USA up 2-0 on
About to be
Australia.
halftime here any minute now.
Yeah. Remember when I said halftime?
Yes.
Remember how I did that
Tried
right?
to sound very official
Thank you.
in doing that.
All right, let's get to Bill Barnwell. Bill Barnwell said, hey, pay close attention to the deal that's happening here for Baker Mayfield because it could potentially affect Sam Darnold's contract numbers.
I think that tier of sort of veteran quarterbacks who have maybe been disappointing elsewhere, but who've proven, hey, in the right spot with the right people around me, I can thrive. And obviously Baker's been very good. Sam, of course, just won a Super Bowl. We know how good he can be. And he was one of the best quarterbacks in football the first half of last season. So I think if you're Sam Darnold's agent, you're looking at that negotiation very closely and saying, hey, if Baker gets, let's say, 50, gosh, Sam Darnold's won a Super Bowl. You know, he's a higher profile quarterback. He has a better arm. He's been more consistent as a starter over the past couple of years than Baker has over the course of his career. You know, you can make a case, hey, 52, 55 should be the number for Sam Darnold, especially if now he's at the top of the market rise with Mahomes going to 62. You'd assume Lamar Jackson's going to get to 65, 66. Well, he's not going to get top of the market money, but $10 million off that, $15 million off that doesn't seem crazy to me.
We tend to organize things and just worry about the biggest things first. And so I totally get going, I don't really care about it. Sam's under contract. For that matter, Baker's under contract. And Sam certainly doesn't seem like the type to hold out or cause problems, especially for a team that just won a Super Bowl. One thing for Baker to be playing for $33 million a year with the Bucs, knowing that he has a lot of leverage. It's another thing for Sam to be playing for $33 million against the cap this year, going, I like the team around me. But if Baker gets, let's say, 52, 53, Curtis, there's no darn reason not to give Sam Darnold more than that. The question is when Seattle would do it and what it means for the rest of the roster.
I think the easier question to answer is probably when they would do it with Sam Darnold. And John Schneider has been pretty explicitly clear that they are not going to negotiate with him this season. He is under contract for $33 million average annual value this year. And that is a number that's going to allow the Seahawks a lot more financial flexibility in order to build out this roster. I mean, they still have quite a bit of cap space, which I think they will utilize at some point, maybe via trade, maybe during the season, in order to bring in somebody that can help things out. How they build out the rest of this roster, though, because you look at that $52 to $55 million price tag, $55 million makes Sam Darnold the third highest paid quarterback in the league at this point. That would be the same price tag that Matthew Stafford has, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. All of those guys are tied at $55 million average annual value. The only two quarterbacks ahead of them are Dak Prescott at 60, and then Patrick Mahomes, who just restructured at $64 million. Which, like, I mean, what Mahomes has accomplished in his career, yeah, it makes sense that he would be the highest paid quarterback in terms of average annual value. But having Darnold go from where he's at right now, which I believe is 19th or 20th
he and Baker roughly
in the NFL, that's going to, I think, significantly alter just kind of what the Seahawks are able to do. Because you look at the combined salaries of like quarterback and top paid wide receiver. Top paid wide receiver now is Jackson Smith-Njigba at $42 million average annual value. But the Bengals, who are kind of in that same neighborhood, Joe Burrow making $55 million per, and Jamar Chase making $40.2 million per. You look at the Bengals, and it's like they've had a lot of trouble filling out the rest of that roster.
Now, part of the Bengals' problems have been not drafting effectively when it comes to defense, nor have they signed good free agents there. Now, the hope is that they can improve, but they've had their own issues firing their defensive coordinator, which felt also kind of like a scapegoat situation, but I digress. I don't know that Seattle's going to run into those problems immediately. It does make it a little bit trickier. I think it adds a little bit of a number. That's what this news does, and that's what Barnwell's interview does. It allows us to say, hey, everyone's cool with paying Sam $10 million more, with saying, yeah, put a 4 in front of that number, man. Yeah. We love you, Sam. I think that when it comes to, should that number put him top 3, top 5, that's when I think people start to get a little nervous and go, oh, God, you're back to having a good problem, but a problem that a lot of other teams run into. So now we know, hey, look at whatever Baker Mayfield gets if he ends up getting a deal done with the Bucs, and go ahead and add another $1 million.
Yeah, tack in another 6 figures out of that.
Useful to keep an eye on. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. What's sticking with us this week? Coming up next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Long days call for lots of golf. Hey, it's Graz here, encouraging you to book a tee time between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. at your local premier course, like Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inner Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, and Walter Hall. In Western Washington, you know you're never far from a premier course. It accommodates all skill levels, and with affordable rates, you can book a tee time and truly enjoy the summer. If you're not in the mood for walking, play Top Tracer at the range at Inner Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park. Play the courses. Play Premier.
Hey, Cruising into Summer is back at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can earn entries now through June 28th, and the grand finale drawings will be on June 28th, where 4 guests will get a chance to drive away in a new Ford truck or a Harley Davidson. Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
USA up 2-0 over Australia. Halftime right now. Later tonight, the Mariners open up a series at T-Mobile against the Boston Red Sox. It's Piggy Back Part 2 with the same 2 starters as the first time around. Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo sharing duties against Boston lefty Ranger Suarez. We're going to preview this one coming up in about 30 minutes. First pitch at 7:10 p.m. Pregame show starts at 6 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Coming up in 45 minutes, it's What I Need to Know, rounding out our week by answering your burning questions. So get those in, sports, non-sports, doesn't matter. 866-979-3776. U.S. men's national team up 2-0 over Australia. Halftime right now, looking good for USA. We will be checking in on this one all day long. We are previewing the Mariners' upcoming series, which starts tonight against Boston. A trio of lefties prepared to face the Mariners here. That's coming up in 30 minutes.
That's too many lefties even for me.
And you're
as
a lefty.
Yeah.
Do you feel a little overshadowed?
I will say, though,
you like being the only lefty.
Every day of my life is spent with a trio of lefties. Myself and my 2 daughters, they're both left-handed. Brenda's
you
the
made
only
them
one in our
lefties.
house. I did have a hand in that. You're right.
Have you thought about making them switch hitters, having them just do stuff right-handed too?
We're just working on Willa batting left-handed for the time being.
Okay.
I think switch hitting might be a little little too much.
No, that's
she wrapped up her T-ball season a few weeks ago. Had a blast.
Now, yeah, because Blair's too young.
And too chaotic.
My favorite thing I have heard almost all year long is that there is a kid in Willa's league that has a sliding mitt.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
He's got a sliding mitt. He's got his own helmet. He's got the whole getup.
Kid's got a sliding mitt.
He's got a sliding
mitt. T-ball.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Why you got to say it like that,
Yeah,
Brady?
why do you got
Brady, you wear a full uniform when you manage.
Thank you.
Okay, now you listen here, sir. That was for inspiration.
But yes, there is a kid in her league that has a sliding mitt.
I want to talk to their parents.
Yeah.
Why? Because they know ball?
Because he's a baller? Yeah.
Because he's going to be in the pros? Like what? So you're trying to become an agent?
I will say the kid with the sliding mitt probably
Pretty good.
was the most talented kid in the league
Look,
this year.
ball don't lie at a certain point.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to what's sticking with us. This is every Friday talking about the interviews, the things that we heard all week long from any of our shows on Seattle sports that are just kind of sticking with us through the weekend for good reason and sometimes for bad. Sometimes it was something a little ominous, making us think twice about a certain tactic a team is using. Other times it was something really encouraging or something that made us change our mind or presumptions about coaching or playing. So really good stuff here. Let's dive in. We are going to start with Mike Tannenbaum. Now, this was not on our shows. It was just on ESPN, but it made the rounds on Seattle sports talking about it because this is the single big. I think this is one of the biggest stories from the week. Brandon Sorsby, one of the biggest stories from this week and from last week in the sports world. The conversation has gone from Brandon Sorsby shouldn't be allowed to be playing college football to which team is going to take Brandon Sorsby in the supplemental draft because he's entering the NFL. So this is the newest iteration of that conversation. Mike Tannenbaum saying non-obvious teams that are actually contenders he thinks could be favorites to land Sorsby.
I think it's a non-obvious team, and I'll be specific here. Detroit, Philadelphia. A couple of years ago, Carson Wentz entrenched as the quarterback of the Eagles. Second round, Jalen Hurts. How'd that turn out? Super Bowl winning quarterback. If you're the Eagles and you know you're going to be a good team, or the Lions, and you're drafting towards the bottom of the second round, and you draft Brandon Sorsby and say, hey, look, Brandon, here's the deal. You're coming in on a one-day contract, and if you go to counseling and you go to meetings and you're a great teammate, you're going to come back tomorrow. And we're going to stack one good day on top of the next. And next August, if he has an unbelievable preseason, do you know what you'd be able to trade him for? Or maybe you're sitting there with your franchise quarterback. And then when you look at the Packers, right? They had Favre, they drafted Rodgers. They had Rodgers, they drafted Jordan Love. Any of those organizations, someone's going to look at this as an unexpected opportunity.
I just know producers in Mike's ear telling him to stop banging on the table. But he is making an interesting point. And Curtis, here's what I like about his point. There's a really interesting team he mentioned here in the Lions. The supplemental draft operates very differently from the regular draft for myriad reasons, but one of them being that there's kind of like three tiers of teams. The first is teams that did not make the playoffs that have abysmal records. I think it's like 8 or fewer wins, maybe less than that. Maybe it's like 5 or 4. And those are going to be the god-awful teams. The Cardinals are going to be one of those teams. The Browns are going to be in that group. In the middle group are going to be teams with, let's say, around 500, sometimes even a little more, that did not make the playoffs. And then the third tier are going to be playoff teams. The Lions are this really interesting group where they're a team that I would look at and go, I could totally see a world where they win 10.5 games or excuse me, 10.5 games, where they beat that over-under of 10.5. They have the 6th easiest schedule in the NFL this year. But they didn't make the playoffs, so they get to be in that second tier ahead of those other playoff teams.
Right. And that is – the Lions are definitely a team that could very much sneak up on people this year just because of what they were a year ago. It's not like they were a bad team. You mentioned, 9-8 was their win-loss record a year ago. They finished with a winning record. They just so happened to finish in last place in a highly competitive NFC North. 2 years ago, they won 15 games. I think if Brendan Sorsby were to land in a team like the Lions or like the Eagles or like the Packers, I think that would be a very ideal situation for him because, historically, yes, the Lions have been a doormat in the league, but under Dan Campbell, you can tell that they have a really good culture going for that program. And maybe that's going to be something that they continue for years and years and years, however long, Dan Campbell remains in that building. The Packers, as we know, are one of the best run organizations in football top to bottom. everything very buttoned up in that organization. They don't really allow for any sort of drama to, come in or come out of that building. Which is which is a pretty incredible feat, considering that the two quarterbacks prior to Jordan Love were Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, two highly dramatic guys.
Good.
Yeah, pretty good guys, or pretty good athletes. Pretty good.
Look, they're divas.
Exactly.
They're on the diva list.
Yes, for sure. And then the Eagles were the other team. They burn pretty hot in Philadelphia, but they're highly successful. So I think if Sorsby were to land in either or in any of those situations, I think it would be beneficial to him because he wouldn't be expected to be the starter. He wouldn't be expected to be any sort of franchise savior at all in year one. And look, he has not had minicamp. He has not had rookie minicamp. He has not had any of that. So he's going to be behind wherever it is that he goes. So he's going to need to probably sit for a year, I think, before he really even sees the field for a regular stint.
I have some NFL stuff here. Do you want to go? We don't have a ton of time. You want to go Mariners, MLB, some takeaways for a minute?
Let's do that.
Let's jump into that so we have enough time to cover all of our bases. No pun intended. Jordan Schusterman was on with us earlier this week, and one of the questions we asked him is one that we've been getting a ton, which is, hey, how do the Mariners get by? How do they hang on to first place? How do they keep their head above water and stay above 500 with so many injured players? Here's Jordan.
Well, it goes right back to Cal. Right. I mean, this certainly wasn't the plan for him to immediately, come back right as you lose this other guy. But I do think it maybe does heighten the expectations or pressure on him to get into a groove quickly. But also JP. I mean, JP, especially from a getting on base standpoint, that is something that he's there to do. That's something that Randy has been doing as well as anybody on this team.
Welcome back, Cal. Welcome back, JP. You might have to save the day here.
Hey, guys, great to have you.
So glad to have you.
We need a few home runs from you.
Who do you think has to shoulder this burden? And rather, how did the Mariners get through with this many guys down?
I think Jordan hit the nail on the head with those two guys. And I think JP is probably closer to being the fullest version of themselves compared to Cal, because I think Cal is coming back from, a more significant injury, and also his peak is just so ridiculously high when he is playing at his very best. JP, what he has done this season is not necessarily totally in line with what he's been in his career, but I would say it's about an 80 to 85% version of what he's been in his career, and he's still getting on base at his normal clip. But yeah, when these guys come back in the lineup, and we're probably going to see Julio back this weekend, hopefully tonight, maybe tomorrow. We're going to see Luke Raley hopefully soon. Randy Arozarena maybe in another week. Like, they're going to need to hit the ground running, because this Mariners team is, I think they're close to being taken seriously. You just got to string together a lot more wins, and you can't do that, I think, with the lineups that we've seen. I don't think the ceiling of the lineup that we've seen with all these guys out is one that is going to get you more than 2 or 3 wins in a row at a time.
Another bit of sound sticking with us also concerns the Mariners and their injuries. One of the reasons I think we're seeing the Piggy Back, and certainly one of the reasons that we're talking about the Mariners being banged up, is that the injuries don't just stick with position players. It's also extended to the bullpen. Matt Brash down for at least a few weeks here, likely leading up to the trade deadline, maybe even after. And it's why we've been wondering if Luis Castillo should be sent to the pen. And if not Luis, everyone's openly wondered whether or not one of your young pitching prospects like Sloan or Cade Anderson should be brought up and put in the pen. Here's what we heard from Justin Holland earlier this week.
I do think that both have a chance to pitch for us later in the summer. Right now, I think Cade's at something like 60 innings on the season. Calling them up now to pitch out of a bullpen. Obviously, we already have 6 starters. I've joked with our starters. We call them both up and go to an 8-man Piggy Back just to see what it would look like. But calling them both up now, I think, and putting them in a bullpen or a shortened role or sort of a fireman role would really inhibit their development long term. You're talking about capping their innings at something like 80 or 90 for the year if we did that, based on how many innings they're likely to pitch out of a bullpen. And that really affects their ability to jump off of a platform for next year and not be shortened into like a 4 or 5 month season next year. I think our plan is to let them pitch for as long as we can in Double-A. If we got to the end of the year and we needed help with the major league team coming down the stretch and hopefully the playoffs, I think they both would be considerations for that.
So there's the Mariners GM, Justin Hollander, telling you up front, no, we're not bringing up Brian and Cade to just throw them in the bullpen right now because we're hurt. We really care about their development, and these are two important arms for us. So, Curtis, how do we think we might see them incorporated? Because he says in that same cut, we'd love to see them later this year.
I think when he drops that, we'd love to see them later this year. I think that is a very real possibility. And when you look at the options that exist for either of those two guys, and you listen closely to what he had to say about the innings limit, what is going to help them reach that innings limit and also get further into the season, well, is going to be a move to the bullpen, I think. Because you've got Ryan Sloan already with 46 innings pitched. His career high in minor league baseball was last year with 82. Cade Anderson is at 55 and 2/3 innings pitched. The most he has thrown since high school was his final season at LSU when he threw 119 innings last year in 19 starts. I don't think he is going to reach that 119 number, especially because Anderson previously had Tommy John surgery, I think in high school, if I'm not mistaken. So either of those two, if they want to reach that innings cap and then also continue to throw the remainder of the season, I think a move to the bullpen could potentially be the move that benefits them and also benefits the Mariners. But again, I think you would only make that move if some guys in your bullpen don't come back. Like if Matt Brash isn't coming back, then I think there's going to be some real consideration to be making.
And the Mariners have not said he's not coming back, but Curtis is right. Leaving open the possibility that he's not is kind of a real thing you have to consider right now because he's going to be down at least 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess much more than that. I have a question. Just before we get to 4 down territory here, one quick baseball question. Are they kind of, in their answers, dancing around one of these arms potentially being dealt at the deadline or leaving open the possibility that someone could go to the pen? Because I feel like so much of what we hear is that it's going to be a short-term solution and they'll revisit. But it's not worth revisiting unless something changes.
Yeah, I don't think they are going to entertain a trade for either of them right now. I think the only way that you would potentially involve either one of them in a trade package is if you got one of the very best players in baseball back, because you look at just kind of where Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan are in the national rankings of prospects. I mean, heck, Baseball America had both of them in their top 10. They had Sloan slightly above Cade Anderson in their top 10 of overall prospects. I mean, you don't give up a top 10 prospect anymore unless it is for a capital D dude. And right now, just kind of looking at the trade whispers, I don't see any that involve the Mariners right now and a Tarek Skubal or somebody like that.
Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Stacy, filling in for Bump today. All eyes are on a potential Devin Witherspoon extension, but one ESPN voice urged the Seahawks to focus on another player first. Who is it and why?
Thought it was interesting because I, too, am focusing on Devin Witherspoon and that massive record-setting contract, presumably going to be tops among cornerbacks. But ESPN's Aaron Schatz says the Seahawks actually need to get Big Cat Leonard Williams signed to a long-term deal first. This is his reasoning. Leonard Williams is entering into the final year of his contract. He's actually going to become a free agent in March. Meanwhile, Witherspoon is a first-rounder. The team exercised that 5th-year option, so technically they do have an extra year to get Witherspoon done. Now, we all anticipate that a Witherspoon extension is going to come probably later this summer. I'm guessing during training camp, maybe shortly before training camp starts. Imminent is what I'm saying. I hadn't really considered a Big Cat extension. At least it hadn't been front of mind for me. I know that he's going to be a free agent, but Aaron makes an interesting point that technically you have a little more wiggle room with Witherspoon. You know he's not going anywhere. You have him under contract. He has a good relationship with your coaching staff and with your team. Big Cat's got 1 year left with you, and then he's on the market.
Second down. Stacey, which NFC team should we be watching out for in 2026?
So the Seahawks don't have to play them, I don't think.
Okay, that's good.
But we could see a bounce back from the Lions. They're obviously a team that used to be absolutely dominant in the NFL. We used to be talking about them all the time. 2023, winning 12. What am I saying? They won 12 games. 2024, 15. It was in 2023 they went to the NFC Championship game. Obviously lost. Still haven't been to a Super Bowl. Last year, banged up, and it wasn't quite enough. Despite winning 15, they missed the playoffs. I get why people are looking past them. You go 9-8 last year. You're 4th in the NFC North. You lose out on coordinators the year prior. Like, you're just not really the hard-hitting, physical team that you were the 2 seasons prior. However, something that they have over the rest of their division is that by virtue of finishing 4th, they've now got a fourth place schedule. So the Lions have the 6th easiest schedule in the NFL in 2026. I think that they could have a bit of a comeback here. I think it makes it a little interesting. The Packers are going to be good. They're a young team. The Bears are, obviously it feels like on the verge of something special, losing to the Rams in the playoffs, but also could have advanced to the championship game against Seattle. But the Lions with that schedule make things interesting.
They're down. You heard something the other day that surprised you. What was it?
So I assumed that part of the secret sauce to the Seahawks returning to a Super Bowl, despite not having Clint Kubiak, having a first-time play caller, would be, okay, just do the same thing. It's from the same coaching tree. It's the Shanahan offense. Do that. But that isn't actually going to be the case. This is from Matt Hasselbeck's interview with Brock and Saul.
I definitely know more the vision of like I think we're really going to see offensively. I don't think the league really knows. And Brock grilled him on terminology and what's changing and what's staying the same, and not to give any secrets away, but like it's not going to be exactly the same. It's not. So I think that's exciting too, and I think it's going to. Again, it all flows from Mike Macdonald and his vision. And I think that's probably the most important thing here, because I do believe Mike Macdonald is the secret sauce for this organization and for the team.
I know this probably wasn't the case for everyone else, but I hadn't really challenged my assumption yet that Fleury and the coaching staff would just kind of try to follow the same approach, mostly because I thought that, well, by this point, it's kind of Macdonald's approach, and Macdonald's the head coach. He wants a physical offense. He wants an offense that's running the ball. And yeah, that's going to be integral to what they do. I mean, Brian Fleury was a run game coordinator for San Francisco in his final year. But I like hearing that there are going to be things that look different. It's not just going to be copy-paste, try to be Clint Kubiak 2.0. No, be Brian Fleury. Be you. And let's see what this offense looks like this year. So that's intriguing to me, and I'm curious to see what those tweaks and, maybe improvements will be.
4th down. Okay, Stacey, earlier in the show, you got mad at people complaining about the Mariners lineup. You were mad at them instead of, are you mad at me? But there's one caveat you want to add.
Yeah.
What is it?
Okay, so I'll tell you what I complained about earlier. And for being someone getting mad at people for being mad, I get mad at a lot of things. I recognize the hypocrisy with just my general approach to life and to the show, but especially with this. I was saying that there were some fans doing a little bit of yelling at clouds, getting really upset that Cal yesterday was hitting second in the lineup. And I said, look, Cal in the 2 games back from his IL stint had not yet struck out. He had, I think, like a quality plate appearance. Even in outs, there were hard hit balls. He was putting the ball in the air. He had drawn 2 walks. Obviously, it had a couple hits. Nearly had a home run before it was robbed at the wall. I felt encouraged by what we saw so far. I also said, who else is going to be hitting second? This isn't your perfectly healthy lineup. Maybe you could be nitpicky and you can go, I'd actually love to see Canzone a little higher, or Naylor higher, or Young second. Like Emerson moved up. I get it, but I don't really think it's worth complaining about a lineup when this lineup is like a weird patchwork lineup of backups.
Kind of
and
a Cactus League lineup.
It's a weird lineup, and I don't think it's worth yelling and being angry that Cal is hitting second when he had looked great in his return so far prior to striking out 4 times. However, the thing I want to add is, now if this lineup was fully healthy and you had Randy and you had Julio and you had Rayleigh available and all those guys out there, and Cal was put in the second spot, and let's say he continued to struggle, yeah, then I get complaining. And I get being like, what if we just take a little bit of the pressure off? Because that's what I thought part of the problem was with Cal this year, is that, like, I don't think that you should put him there. In general, I know that you want your best hitter there, but, like, I agree with Mitch Garver, who said this to the Seattle Times and to MLB.com with, like, why not just put him at fifth? And, like, eventually he'll get hot. Inevitably he'll get hot and you'll want to move him up. But, like, if part of the problem was the pressure he was facing, why not just take that off of him? But I just don't think you can do that with this lineup. So
yeah.
So my thing I'd like to add is, if this lineup gets healthy and he's still there, then you can complain and I get it. And I'm not going to be mad at you.
But right now
I'm mad at you. You are listening to Bump and Stacy. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. What I need to know coming up at 1:45. Get those questions in. 866-979-3776. Getting you ready for Mariners-Red Sox next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
It's gorgeous outside, and I'm already thinking about summer plans. Stacey here to add one more thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got to ride in the brand new ARC Sport. It's a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. As soon as you see it coming, you know it's different. It doesn't make any noise. No loud engine, no gas fumes. You hop aboard, immediately feel like you're someone important. Luxury finishes, clean, tech throughout. Driving it is smooth. It has that impressive kick you expect from an EV. Charging it is incredibly easy. Yes, I asked for you whether they have an issue finding chargers. They said absolutely not. And not paying for gas is a huge plus. Book a free demo and see it for yourself. It's a great way to enjoy the summer. You're going to come away impressed, I promise. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your free demo at arcboats.com/demo. That's arcboats.com/demo.
People want to do business with someone they can trust, not be a car salesman, then they feel more comfortable with you, and the experience is better on both sides.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. The best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Give something that matters this Father's Day. Time together at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Share stories, laughter, racing simulators, kids' activities, and lunch at the new cafe. It's more than a visit. It's memories. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Are you looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, ranging from the low 500s to the high 1 millions, D.R. Horton has the right home at the best value for you. Your new home is within reach, so what are you waiting for? Learn more about the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. Visit drhorton.com and schedule a tour today. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Hey everybody, Jermaine Kurst with Pacific Northwest Interiors featuring CS Floors. Countertops, window covering, and flooring. From design to installations, Pacific Northwest Interiors has you covered. Come stop in to any of our new showrooms.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Bible Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for what I need to know coming up in 15. 866-979-3776. Any question. Doesn't matter. Text it now. Let's preview this Red Sox-Mariners series, which begins at 7:10 p.m. tonight with the pregame show at 6 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. We're going to go want to see, need to see. But before we do, Curtis, we're going to start talking about the three lefties in this series and the challenge it poses for Seattle, which has struggled with those lefty
The great
lineups.
vibes of today, of what it has been in Soto so far. We're about two-thirds of the way through Team USA, and then you had to go and bring that in here, Stacey.
I know,
The
I'm
Mariners
sorry.
are facing 3 straight lefties in a row and 3 lefties with pretty good numbers this year.
Well, let's talk about those numbers, Curtis. Tell us what's on deck.
Well, you've got Ranger Suarez tonight, Connolly early on Saturday, and then Peyton Tolley on Sunday. All 3 of those guys. The win-loss record not there so much because Boston has been brutal this season in terms of win-losses.
Here in Seattle, we know you can't turn to that all the time for pitchers.
Exactly, but those ERAs pretty good. 3.21 for Suarez, 3.81 for Early, and then Tolley is under 3 at 2.93. So it's going to be tough for the Mariners offense, especially with 2 of your right-handed bats, your 2 best right-handed bats, Randy Arozarena and Julio. Randy's definitely on the shelf for this series. Julio, we don't know what his availability is. We'll soon find out the lineup. I believe that'll drop probably in the first hour of Wyman and Bob today. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to see probably Rob Refsnyder out there this weekend.
See him a lot.
You're going to see Mitch Garver.
Rob Refsnyder hitting 151 against lefties this year, which is obviously a problem because he was brought here specifically to mash lefties. Is this in any way a make-or-break series for Rob?
It could be. I think it very well could be. I mean, 3 straight lefties. You've got 2 right-handed bats hopefully coming back soon in Julio and Randy. It stinks that it hasn't worked out because Refsnyder last year for this very same Red Sox team was so good.
Well, that's why
he had an OPS over 800. He had 14 home runs for the Red Sox.
There are times I'll be annoyed, let's say, with the Mariners for wringing out a sponge to try to get every last drop of talent. Look at Colton Wong. This is not a Colton Wong situation where it's like that was something where you thought, you know what, he might not have it anymore, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. This is something where, like you said, last season he was spectacular with that.
Yeah. like the signing made sense. It made a lot of sense.
It was a cheap deal.
It was. It was like, oh, yeah, this guy, $6 million to be kind of a fourth outfielder, DH type, hit an occasional home run here or there. Yeah, love that. I do kind of wonder how much his numbers were inflated a little bit by playing in Fenway Park, which has a really short porch in right field and or not right field, in left field, banging balls off the green monster. But his OPS last year, kind of the same, or it was almost the exact same home as it was away from Fenway Park. 808 at home, 809 on the road. So there wasn't a huge difference between his road and home splits in 2025 for the Red Sox. Had 9 home runs, 838 OPS last year for Boston. It made a ton of sense. Hit 304 against left-handed pitching with a 918 OPS.
I don't know what changed. I have no idea. And again, it's not like the Mariners threw a ton of money at someone and it they should have seen it coming. It's just one of those things where you weren't hinging your hopes on this guy, but you do have to make a decision. Yeah. There's 2 things I immediately think with this. One, that if Julio's injury is a little worse than we think, I think Rob is in good standing here for his ability to play the outfield. With Randy on the IL, if Julio's sat down for a couple days, he can play in center, help Robles out there. That might be just enough to have him hang on through this. Now, if Julio's healthy and if Randy's IL stint is looking pretty good so far, then maybe you're in trouble. The second thing I think is just kind of like, okay, well, what do you do if you move on from it? I mean, there's a world where he turns it on, and I can understand. I may not agree, but I can understand the intrigue that Mariners decision makers might have, knowing how good he was and wondering if what he's dealing with is a mental hurdle and not physical. Because you keep thinking, well, gosh, if it wasn't flukish and if he's healthy, he could theoretically turn this on at any time and get back to being that player.
Right.
And I honestly tend to be in that camp, not thinking he can turn it on anytime and be that player, but thinking that this feels like a mental thing as opposed to he just doesn't have it at all.
Yeah, it's so strange because you look at his numbers over the last 4 seasons prior to coming to Seattle. 3 of those 4 years, he put an OPS up over 800 in a Red Sox uniform. 881 in 2022, 830 in 2024, and 838 in 2025. Like, he has been a very consistent bat in the most recent years, and it's been over a prolonged stretch too. And maybe it's just kind of being away from that Red Sox organization where maybe there was a hitting coach there that really was able to kind of unlock things for him. Maybe there was, just somebody that he really connected with in that clubhouse, and they were able to, just get the most out of him. But, yeah, I think this could very much be a make or break series for Rob Refsnyder. 360 brings up Brennan Davis, who is in AAA, but he's not back yet. He's still on the IL for Tacoma. I would imagine if he were healthy, then there's probably some consideration to that decision. But right now, it's not possible.
All right. So that's the lineups, 3 lefties, and that's the challenge.
Okay.
Rob Refsnyder getting going. Let's get to want to see, need to see. Curtis, you know how this works for listeners who want to text in. Please do so. You can also send in questions for what I need to know. 866-979-3776. Something you want to see that feels like a bonus. They don't need to do it to win, but your heart wants to see it. And something you need to see, or else you're starting to feel just sick about your team.
Want to see a sweep of the Red Sox. They are 29-43. Now, the run differential would say that they've had some bad luck along the way this year, but they have the worst record in the American League. Let me repeat that again. The Boston Red Sox are the worst team in the American League. I am sick and tired of the Mariners playing down to competition. I'm sick and tired of them splitting a series against this Orioles team when they split the 4-game series back in Baltimore. They did pull off the series victory yesterday against them, but just throw some dirt on the Red Sox here. I need to see Cal go yard.
Yeah.
Just to kind of put my anxieties over
Yep.
the whole situation to bed. I need to see Cal hit a bomb. It would be to the bullpen or to Edgar Scantina because he's going to be batting right-handed the next 3 days. But need to see Cal go yard here.
Okay, so I was doubling up on home runs. I want to see Ref Snyder have a good series.
That'd be great.
I know some people want the opposite because they might just be tired and want him gone. Given the injuries in the outfield, I don't know that happens either way, depending on how serious Julio's is. But I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. I feel the way I did when Polanco was in his first season here, when Garver was in his first season here, where you're just like, you go from being frustrated to feeling bad. And that's where I am with Ref. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a sucker for that. I want to see him have a good series. I need to see Cal have a good series.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I actually really thought his first 8 plate appearances over those 2 games were fantastic. There wasn't a single out. I mean, there was a weird check swing that ended up, being a pop-out, line-out, I don't know, to third. But he was drawing walks. Outs were hard hit, in the air, which is what he did so well last season. Nearly had a home run taken at the wall, and so I felt so encouraged. 4 strikeouts yesterday was tough. Some of those pitches were a little tricky, borderline.
Yeah.
But it's just, look, there's no good way to paint 4 strikeouts. There's no way you can be like, 4 strikeouts, but really it could have been 3.
But,
there's no way to make
you
that
did a lot
sound
of damage with 4 strikeouts.
It's horrible. You don't want that. No. So I just need to see with how important he is to what this team wants to do and where they want to go. And like you, I agree with Jordan Schusterman that if this team's going to get by with these injuries, you need your stars, whether they're physically ready or not, to play some of their best ball. Yeah. And one of those needs to be Cal. And I need to see it badly. Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. And together, we want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. So nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open now until July 10th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org. before the deadline. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Coming up next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
How you do one thing is how you do everything. And for 104 years, Wayscarf Ford has treated their customers a very special way. The Wayscarf way. Stacy here, and I've personally felt that. I've driven my new Ford Bronco Sport from Wayscarf Ford for over a year now. First of all, I loved getting it. It was exciting, stress-free, loved driving it. But each time I brought it in because of a minor bump or service, their team has been friendly and polite. They explained each vehicle they sell includes a complimentary lifetime powertrain warranty. It covers your engine, transmission, rear end, and also seal and gaskets for any of those components. If it's four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive like my Bronco, the warranty covers the transfer case as well. I always leave Wayscarf Ford with a smile on my face. And you should too, with rates as low as 3.99 on approved credit, no payments until football season to help you save even more. It's better than the employee discount. It's the family discount, and it's only at Wayscarf Ford in Auburn. Wayscarford.com. That's Wayscarford.com. Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Wise Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Wrapping up the show with what I need to know. If you've got a question, top of mind, send it now. 866-979-3776. Sports, non-sports, doesn't matter. I got a couple sports ones to get started, though. What I need to know, says our first listener. What is it about the Mariners? They said, what is the Mariner way? That turns good free agent hitters into bad hitters?
I mean, if it's these guys that have like been on 1-year deals, or they arrive here in the final year of their contract after having spent a number of years in another place, I do kind of think there's something to be said about like just hitting here in Seattle and like adjusting your vision to what the backdrop looks like, Teoscar Hernandez was kind of the most vocal about it. I don't know. I've never asked Rob Refsnyder, but
yeah, I think it's a product of the environment they shop in. You know what I mean?
I think so too, because not a lot of these guys we would consider to be star players, like Donovan Solano, no. Colton Wong, no.
Right. So it's not like I would totally get it if it was like, hey, almost every offseason they really make an effort and they bring in these high-priced guys and they don't work out. Then I think you'd be looking at your coaching staff and looking at your developmental guys going, what are you missing, man? Like, this guy was an all-star, and you brought him here and paid a ton of money, and he's totally flamed out. I think that it's just been a byproduct of you're bringing in guys often on one-year deals, so there's this kind of pressure to perform. You're bringing in guys, to Curtis's point, that, like, it's your first time here, and it's a kind of an adjustment anyways. It's not a hitter-friendly park. And then you have guys where sometimes they're a little older. Sometimes they're a platoon bat like Rob Refsnyder, where they're brought here for such a specific thing that if they don't do that well, shoot, now they're kind of useless.
Yeah.
So I think it's just kind of it's the area of the market you've cornered has more guys likely to not work. So.
And played out exactly how you just explained it, Stacey. Yeah, it's if you want to shop in the bargain bin, you're not likely to find stuff you're going to hang up around your house.
Curtis, what I need to know.
Okay.
Am I wrong for wanting Buxton for our outfield? He's a dude. You said earlier it's worth making a deal if it's a capital D dude.
I don't know if I'd give up Anderson or Sloan for Byron Buxton. Just because of Buxton's injury history. I think he is a really good player when healthy, but I think he's, 32 years old. I think you could get Byron Buxton for maybe a little bit less than a Sloan or Anderson asking price. I mean, the most games that Buxton's ever played in a season is 140, and he did that back in 2017.
Oof.
Last year he played in 126, which was the most since that 2017 season. Yeah. He's only played in more than 100 games 3 times in his career. So he has just had tons and tons of injuries in his career. If he had been healthy throughout most of these seasons, you're looking at a guy that's probably on like a Hall of Fame trajectory. The problem is that he just has not been able to stay in.
What I need to know, what's the best freezer food?
Best freezer food. So we're talking just like stuff you throw in the air fryer.
Yeah. Freezer food.
It's got to be pizza rolls.
I was not going to say that.
Really?
No, I was going to say pizza, frozen pizza.
Sure, that. We
you
have these little.
Stood away from pizza.
Well, no, like I prefer pizza from a store. Frozen pizza is good, yes, but pizza rolls, there's something about them. The golden brown that they get, the way they burn your face off.
I was going to say, what I don't like about pizza rolls is they're dangerous.
They're hot. Yeah, they're incredibly hot.
That's a risk.
You just let them cool down for a
No, they're like avocados. There's such a tiny window when they're perfect. At first, they're scalding. You'll burn your mouth, and then you won't be able to taste them as well because now you've burned your mouth.
But it's worth it.
And then they're a perfect temperature, and then they quickly go to being kind of like soggy and not as good. They're still amazing. I would eat 15 lukewarm pizza rolls, but there's just a tiny window when they're delicious, and I don't like how hot they get. And someone needed to say it.
Another great freezer food. Costco has the Kirkland Signature brand. They're not called chicken nuggets. They're called like chunks, but they're nuggets. They taste exactly like Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
It's crazy how similar those two things taste.
I haven't tried those.
We've got them now in our freezer, so it's like we don't even need to go spend the money at Chick-fil-A.
Taquitos?
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Taquitos
That's good
solid.
stuff. Yeah.
Now, do Uncrustables count, Brady?
As freezer food?
Some people like.
Because I think people, when they think of freezer food, they think of stuff that you pop in the oven or the microwave. But Uncrustable, you just let it thaw and it's good.
I think of DiGiorno.
I think an Uncrustable
technically anything then could be a freezer food.
Let me tell you what. Have you guys checked out the frozen pizza aisle lately? those freaks are coming up with some weird stuff.
Yeah, I saw a croissant crust one time.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a bit much. It's a bit much.
We're hours away from them inventing like corn dog crusts.
Brad in Seattle says frozen burritos, and it's not even close. Those are pretty good.
I think it's close.
Good old chicken bake, maybe?
Someone said still can't properly pronounce avocado.
Avocado.
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying avocado.
Avocado.
Avocado. Avocado doesn't sound right.
It sounds it sounds right, and it is right.
I think it sounds a little pretentious. Avocado. But I need to know. Stacy, are you and Curtis watching the USA soccer game today at all? Yes.
Yeah, we've got a monitor in studio right here.
It's on in front of us right now. USA up 2. I like saying 0.
2-0, yeah. 86
so let's
minutes.
Keep it 0.
We're 86 minutes down, so we're getting close to stoppage time here. I think
avocado.
I don't want to jinx.
Like that's how everyone says it.
Avocado, yes.
Like regular people say that.
Yes.
Avocado. Everyone else says avocado, except I'm just checking.
As the jingle goes, avocados from Mexico.
I always thought it was kind of up to your own interpretation.
It's not. No one says avocados.
I do.
You sound
I've
like
always
you're
said
from
avocado.
Minnesota. Avocados.
Avocado.
Avocado.
I've never noticed that there's that much.
Avocado.
Okay. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, what are the most things you can multitask and still remain effective?
I can, like if I'm doing the dishes, I'll watch TV at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, I think it has to be a combination of mindless activity and something else, because then you can stack a couple.
Yeah.
But I push back a little bit against people who are like, oh, I binged that entire show while I was working, and then the work's kind of intensive. I'm like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
You didn't catch any of that show.
You didn't take that in. Absolutely not.
No.
I can't even look at my phone for some shows.
I will say, as a lefty, we have a natural-born advantage in that we can multitask by clicking a mouse and writing at the same time. I bet you're jealous of that.
I am, actually.
Yeah.
I am really jealous of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I am a little jealous. All right, well, that'll do it for us today. USA still up. I think it's probably our fault.
That they're up right now? That we're responsible for this? I think so.
Yeah, I think
I'm super excited that this game has more than delivered. And hopefully the final couple minutes here go USA's way.
Wyman and Bob will keep you updated. They'll also keep you updated with that Mariners lineup to see if Julio's out there once that's released, probably within the next hour and a half or so. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Pests and poor insulation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated insulation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit eastsideexterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
The Mariners are celebrating their 50th season with a legendary weekend in August. It all starts with Alumni Home Run Derby Night, August 7th, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Be here as Ichiro, Mike Cameron, and more swing for the fences in an epic post-game competition. Then on August 8th, it's 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Witness the largest gathering of franchise greats as the top 50 Mariners players are unveiled live at T-Mobile Park. Get tickets at mariners.com/50.
Are you a homeowner, 62 or older, and realize that your Social Security and other income may not carry you through your retirement years? Have you ever thought about a reverse mortgage? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at Tila Mortgage, a local company serving Washington residents for 30 years. And if you want to know how reverse mortgage works or have questions like, are reverse mortgages safe? Will I still own my home? Or do I really have the option of not making monthly mortgage payments? Call TILA for a no-pressure conversation. They'll answer your questions with personalized recommendations and loan options that can safely help you improve your monthly cash flow, increase your available income, pay off debt, or make home improvements. Call TILA today. TILA, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TILAmortgage.com.
Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. TILA Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
Culture is a belief. When we have a new hire orientation, it's pretty impactful because there's a lot of people that don't realize that a car dealer has been in business for 93 years and has, built ball fields. And so then they start asking more questions. And then you go back to the store and you see relationships and friendships and you see legacy employees that have been here for 30 years. And then it's like, why is it different? I can't put my finger on it. What is this? Well, that's culture. You feel it. And then you're like, oh my gosh, this feels really, really good. And before you know it, now that individual is the one fostering that environment of culture. So then when the next person comes through the door, all of a sudden it's like you can identify it and you say, this person can feel it. And then all of a sudden, what have we just done? We've built culture.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Give something that matters this Father's Day. Time at LeMay, America's Car Museum. You'll share stories, laughter, and interest in something new. All ages will find enjoyment from the most advanced racing simulators in the world to children's activities and grab lunch at Cafe El Coriano. It's more than a visit. It's a lifelong memory for dads and kids of every age. It's the gift you'll never forget. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org. That's americascarmuseum.org.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington,